Hi everyone. Hope everyone had a good Easter yesterday or the day before, depending on when you celebrated things. Um, I had a pretty rough day yesterday when waking up, but I'm feeling a lot better now. I actually got to rest at my parents' house, which was nice. Even though it was busy, with everyone being there, but I was able to find like a nice cozy spot on the sofa where no one else was, and then just have a little nap. Well, not really nap, but more like just a lie down, um, to recover from my headache. But that's past now, and we can stream again. We can do things again, which is nice. I do need to do shopping because I didn't manage to do that yesterday. But I can wait until tomorrow. It's not that urgent, luckily. But yes, let's go into the game because we're playing more Thronebreaker today. So there's this Nilfgaardian camp. Let me actually unmute it as well. That would be nice. There you go. So there's these Nilfgaardians that are, well, invading. They're currently sieging this castle town, from what I remember. And we are here to put a stop to them. We basically snuck up behind, so we let them pass previously in like a village where we could put an ambush down. But I was like, I'm not gonna ambush them yet. I want to sneak up behind them and do like a strike in the back, in the rear. And see how that goes. Maybe I made a terrible decision, but maybe not. I don't know.
Look at the palisades. The machines of war. Too many to count.
I cannot fathom it. Has Nilfgaard sent all its forces into Lyria?
No, your grace. But a single army.
Gods protect us.
The Queen uttered a juicy curse. Dravagrad stood before them, Nilfgaardians all round it. 3, perhaps 4 battalions of armored infantry, arbalists and cavalry behind them. Trebuchet volleys had punched holes in the walls, while battering rams had twisted the main gate open. But elsewise, the city was mere moments from falling to the foe.
Okay, so we need to stop it. I feel like we made a bad decision. Because now we have to get through the palisades. And fight the entire army.
Doomed. We stand not a chance.
I'm sure it's
Nilfgaard
fine.
outnumbers us twofold. More.
Then our
Hi
men
Goblin!
double the spirit
Congrats
of
on
the
being
fight.
first.
Double the heart. Lyria!
Emboldened by their valiant queen and commander, the Lyrians charged headlong at Nilfgaard's lines into a hail of bolts and arrows.
Oof. Okay. But how are you doing, Goblin? Did you have a good Easter? Let's see. The Nilfgaardian soldiers were well equipped. Each wore heavy black plate, a helm topped with black wings, and wielded a tall Pavis shield emblazoned with the golden sun. The Lyrians, in their quilted jackets and light mail, appeared all the smaller and weaker by comparison. Yet they were to prove that the imposing Nilfgaardian armor was but a pretense of power. So we need to eliminate their commander, Ramda. Okay. So let's do that. I'm sure we'll be completely fine. Okay, we've got these things. I want to... We don't need both pikemen, definitely. Or either, really, as well. This looks good. Maybe not the field medic right away. That works. Okay.
Attack! Rid this city of all black-clad filth!
Your grace, I see the commander. We must train our efforts on him.
Every turn on turn start, restore a unit to its base power. If it is destroyed, me wins the battle. Right, okay. So there's trebuchets. After 3 turns and turn start, damage all enemies by 1. And they already have this one on 1 turn left, this on 2, and this on 3. So they will fire one after another. Okay. So I can create a bronze card, but that won't help us much, I don't think. I mean, I guess we'll find out what happens. Ooh. Set a row on fire. I mean, that seems like a fun one, doesn't it? But I don't... Because he's gonna restore units to full health. I don't know if that's a good idea. We could get the drummer, which is very nice, just to get more cards in play. Let's do that. Okay. So, I wonder if he restores himself to full power as well. Because that would be a problem. Okay, I hate these guys. Let's see. I guess if I put the Wagenberg there, and then play the drummer, or use the drummer rather, then we... So I guess we'll find out if this... So this wouldn't allow them to restore to base power, because that's just the armor that I've removed. Okay. Generate by 4, then trigger ally loyal abilities. Yeah, we'll not do that yet. Okay. This is gonna be interesting. So, War Wagon.
Carny Bettles, hungry like a wolf I am.
Do I... These guys are gonna be so annoying, but I can get rid of the trebuchets. Is that worth it? I think so. I think that's worth it in the end. So does he restore himself? He does. Oh god. So we need to kill him in a single turn. Okay. That is not a simple task, but I can try. So we have 6 cards here now. You can have 9 in total on a row. So if I place this here, we can have an Arbalest, which does 8 damage. That won't be enough. Maybe if I get the... Okay. Maybe if I get the Wagenberg off at the same time. Yeah. I'm gonna have to try something like that. Okay. Okay, they passed. That's fine. Can I do this? So I'm going to move these. This is going to boost these up, but that's fine. Because we're not playing for points right now. I'm just playing to kill this guy. So this is fine.
What? Who dares?
You can try to win them all, but you
Oh
won't.
shit. I'm out of room. Oh no. I miscalculated. Oh, shit.
Give me a time.
I'm Hans. How are you doing? I mean, I can just end. I don't know if he'll keep this health. Fine, we'll just... Okay, well, whatever. That's fine.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Oh, he does restore health. Yeah. That's fine, I can pass. We win. Doesn't really help, though. Ooh, the medics are nice. Don't need you, don't need you, or you.
Your Grace, there, on the horizon. Reinforcements for the foe.
Reinforcements. After 3 turns on turn start, draw cards until your hand is full. Now that's just cheating. Okay. Oh, jeez. So I need to kill this guy. But I can't... Okay, well let's do this.
You must sweat like a swine in that jacket.
Sure.
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
It's like the worst one to draw, but whatever. Let's try that again.
Tell me you jest.
Okay, that's a good one.
Can't take it anymore.
Alba. Still doesn't help though. I guess we'll play
Left,
there.
right, left,
How
right.
goes the cards? Not great. Oh god. So I need to kill this first now. So this guy, basically what we're doing right now, we need to kill this. Every turn on turn start, restore a unit to its base power. If it's destroyed, me wins. He also redrew his hand entirely, so he's got more forces than I do. The only way I can win is killing the commander. But because he restores a unit to base power at the start of his turn, we need to kill him in a single turn, or at least make sure that other things are damaged so that he might not restore his own health, because he does. It's really annoying. Damn it.
Pays late.
It's not the ones I needed.
Company, forward march!
Okay.
Yes.
These guys. Oh, God. So I can't do. It's not the ones I need. Why won't you give me the ones I need? So this does 8 damage. Gonna have to do that. Kill. Okay, so he took 2 damage. Will he heal this one? No, he heals himself. Oh. You bastard. Honestly don't know what to do. I mean, I might still win, even if I don't kill the commander. But it's looking unlikely. Hi Robin! Welcome, welcome.
Off to the front yet again.
I saw you weren't planning to stream these mornings this week. Is it just you're busy or something else going on? Because I do like waking up with your streams a lot of the time. Let's see. Ale and something else going on. Okay, fair. Oh god. So I can't... 2 turns for this. I'm just gonna play that. Okay.
I'm a monster.
Is he just gonna heal himself? I hate him so much. Like, how am I supposed to do 20 damage in one go? I can't. And what I can do... Oh, hi Aura. I hope you had a productive day yesterday. And yeah, Robin, I do hope you get well soon as well. I don't think I said that, but I do hope. God, so this will do, what, 9? 9 damage. Won't be enough. Got a bit of drawing down, nice. That's good. So what I can do... I can just kill something, but I don't know if... Is that worth it? I'll just hit him, because why not? And then we use our ability. Okay, so he needs to get 47, which... I mean, he's got 5 cards, he probably can. He probably can. A bit under the weather, so you might do it again today. Oh. Well, I hope you feel better soon. I think this bastard. Okay. I mean, I don't have many cards left, This is bad. After one turn, on turn start, summon a copy of this unit from your deck. Ugh. They're just okay. Well,
This
GG.
house be reaping black-clad heads.
Oh no.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Okay,
Got sand and
that's
plenty.
fine.
There's a time to reap, a time
Do I-
to sow, and a time to die.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. There you go. We've probably lost, haven't we?
Hail Herzer. Yes.
No! By 2! Oh. Damn you. Okay, we need to retry this. Wagenburg is a good one to have. 2 Wagenburgs is even better to have. We don't need to field medic yet, or you...
Attack!
Okay, fine.
Rid this city of all black-clad filth!
Your Grace, I see the commander. We must train our efforts on him.
Let's start with some nice soup. Let's see. Immune. Choose a bronze ally on the battlefield or in hand and add 2 copies of it to your deck. Deploy mark a unit every turn on turn start, damage it by 1. When a marked unit is destroyed, mark another random enemy. Oh, okay. I kind of like that. Oh, this is a better version of this one. Okay. Add 2 copies of it to your deck, then boost all copies of the unit in hand, deck, and on the battlefield by 2. Pretty fancy. I like that. Don't know. Because this one is nice, since it will just slowly ping down enemies. But this one just gives me extra stuff and boosts the same cards as well. Also don't know what, so bronze, is that just, like how do I know what is bronze? I'm guessing is this, I don't know, what is the bronze? Show cards. I guess this is bronze. Doesn't look bronze though, does it? I mean, I guess it's these. So it wouldn't work for the pikeman, or do... wait. No, it would. I guess it's the same as the pikeman. Which wouldn't be bad, because pikemen just summon more pikemen. Yeah, why not? Wait. What? Oh, right, I have to play it. Sorry. I forgot about that. I still have to play it. The pikemen. So the pikemen get boosted. There's 2 additional copies in the deck, and now when I summon it, there will be 4. Instantly. 4 8-power units is not bad at all. Okay, let me summon the Wagenberg. That's fine. Another Wagenberg. Then they will hit these, that's fine. But then we summon the pikemen, which should... There you go. Oh, these are not... Why are they not the same power? Interesting. I mean, it works, it's fine. So now... let's see, we can do... some damage. Do I just destroy... Wait. This cannot be manually targeted. Well, that's fine because we're doing like an AoE attack, so it doesn't matter. Hi Zelda! How are you doing? Okay, we do want to destroy that. Pretty fine, good, good. I'm doing well. We're trying to kill this guy. He is being very annoying. Actually, yeah, this seems fine. Like, we've won this round. We've got a decent amount of cards left. This guy has lost his armor. Which is good.
On the horizon. Reinforcements for the foe.
Hello there.
Hello there. I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little bit tired still, but overall a lot better than I was yesterday. I was able to rest some at my parents' house, which was nice. Okay.
Again and again and again.
That's fine. Send in the war wagon.
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
So much shouting.
Army's a waste of time for him like me.
Okay. So this is 6 damage. Get rid of you. He's no longer immune. Great. Now can I kill him? Is the question. I need to do 20 damage. I need to do 20 damage. So we have 4. Let's see what we get here. The war wagon. Doesn't necessarily help.
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
Back down there.
better.
Him healing himself every single turn is just so annoying. Like, how do I deal with that?
Arbalist to your command. Armor won't say.
Get destroyed. Oh,
They retreat! Your Majesty! the
finally
city's
drew
ours!
what I needed. Jeez. I needed the double Arbalest play with a high amount of cards and the hero power, just to kill him.
The Nilfgaardians fled in panic, abandoning war machines, shields, and arms, even their wounded. The defenders rejoiced. They laughed boisterously, and cries of delight and chanting could be heard all around. "Warrior Queen," they shouted. "Meve, Meve, Meve!"
Hear that, Your Grace.
I do. No sound rings more lovely to a ruler's ear. Yet rest on our laurels we cannot. Caldwell, the situation in the town, what can you tell me?
Wall breached. Thrice. 400 wounded, near 1,000 without roofs over their heads.
Oof.
All nothing compared to the grain stores. Went up in smoke during the siege. And it's some time yet afore the harvest.
Not the grain stores.
Your Grace, the war's just begun, I know. All coins should bolster the army, yet if we leave the folk of Dravigrad no gold, there will be hunger, with all the attendant discord.
I mean, we have money. I can't just let them be hungry, right? I have the money.
The drought of 1258 I remember all too well. I saw famine, what it drives folk to do, the extremes. A strong army I need desperately, yet not at all costs. The townsfolk need gold to survive till the harvest. Count how much, then give it to the garrison commander.
As you command, Your Grace?
The battle we've won, there's just the war that remains. And Nilfgaard will strike again, doubt it not. We must move on. Caldwell, ride ahead to Lyria. My son must call a gathering of the Council of Peers. Tell him so. We'll have much to discuss. Reynard and I will follow with the troops. We shall seek out any Nilfgaardian stragglers, prevent them from rejoining the main force.
Oh. Count Caldwell, no! Oh, that's such a good card. Oh. Card has been added to your army and can be found in the command town. Fake Florin, okay.
Meve's two adjutants bowed and left the queen to think. She was hungry, sore from the fight, spent. Yet sensing her soldiers' eyes upon her, she set off for the stable, her gait brisk, her head held high.
Nice. I mean, there's loot here. Why would I leave the loot behind? Anything else around here as well? Yes.
Nilfgaardian boots. Thought 'twas certain the snow comes with winter. Kings and emperors fight.
Anything around here? Yes, there is. Just a little bit of loot every now and then. Is there anything in their camp? Yes, as well. I can't believe we wouldn't just loot everything inside. Shaking my head. Oh, the elf and onion soup and multiplayer, great. I do like the card. Okay, let's see what we can actually do here. What is this card that we just got? The fake Florin. Restrained. Cannot target bosses. Aw. Force 2 units to duel. Units take turns dealing damage equal to their power until one of them is destroyed. Okay. That is quite nice, actually. Because you can get rid of something that's just annoying, but you can't deal damage to. Or not enough. But I don't know if I want to replace anything. Nah, we're fine. We're all good. Let's see. Reports. Nilfgaard crossed border in 3 spots, near Spala, Scala and Rivia. Enemy march to capital temporarily halted by victory at Dravograd, but further attacks expected in near future. Imperial forces simultaneously attacking Temerian allies. Enemy scouts seen surveying road to Edern. Imperial fleet movements near ports of Novigrad, Rogovan and Blaviken suggest attacks on Redania also planned. All north is in danger. These Nilfgaardians don't know how to give up, do they? They for some reason just think they can take whatever they want and won't be stopped. But just because they have big armies and stuff like that, they can just do whatever. But then at least we can set them straight, you know, make them fail. And then hopefully stop them from trying again. Maybe. Most likely not, though. They seem very set on trying to conquer territories.
Golden armor.
Let's see. So we're going over there. It's the main quest. So we just move through here. Seems good. Some more loot.
Neve stood surrounded by advisors, discussing, when all at once they heard a mighty thud.
Bloody hell!
They looked to see a cavalryman who'd clearly fallen from his saddle. The men who witnessed the blunder began to jest, only to choke on their laughter, as the wretch, having risen to his hands and knees, began to shake and vomit blood.
Oh, that's not good.
The medic's diagnosis: poison. In spite of his best efforts, the cavalryman breathed his last that very night. Soon, several other riders developed the same symptoms, and at the last shared their comrade's fate. All were buried at the roadside, beneath an old willow.
This looks to be no coincidence,
Reynard said gravely.
Our stores of water. Someone's poisoned them. We must find the fiend. In the interim, your majesty must quench her thirst with wine.
I mean, I don't mind drinking some wine. Well, I would in real life, but I'm sure the queen doesn't have problems with it.
Milady, a strange boat floated past. Thought it imperial, but it flew not black sails, but reddings. Deep red.
Red sails? Huh. My lady, the owner of the mill has said the collection of this gold was a trying task, but he offers it to you for the betterment of the army. Well, thank you. I mean, I don't need the morale, so thank you for the money. That's very kind, just to give me money.
Where's Yanko? 'Twere dawn I sent him into the fields, but he's not returned.
Yanko.
Lady, a strange bolt.
I don't know who Yanko is.
Horns
But maybe I'll
sounded.
find him.
Meve recognized them at once as
Oh.
those of the Lyrian vanguard. She drew her sword and prepared to face the invader. Yet coming down upon her force were not Nilfgaardians, but bearded warriors clad in leather, horned helmets on their heads. This was not so.
Scalagon.
The queen could not believe her eyes.
Skelligan raiders. This far inland.
But this was no time to be bewildered. Meve spurred her horse. It
What?
neighed and reared, and then the twain leapt into the fray.
Why is Scalaga here? Eliminate Lippy Goodmund. Wait, 150? Is that his power? Because if it is... Jeez. Okay. Skelligers fight differently than the other folk of the north. With a song on their lips, they throw themselves at enemy sword and axe. With an eager smile, they welcome barrages of arrows, shrugging off all wounds. It is no small feat to best the islanders in battle, and yet it is possible, as Meve was about to prove. What is easier than to raid another kingdom at war? Well, true, but they are very far inland is the thing. And they are islanders, so how did they get through the entire kingdom? Okay, well, let's see. We can stop them in their tracks here at least, maybe. Okay, so we need arbalists. Nice. We won't need to fill that, that's fine, okay.
Reynard, what the devil? Sea raiders here!
Wait. After one turn on turn start, force the highest unit to damage Lippy by its power. Then Lippy damages that unit by his power. Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, let's start with elf and onion soup. Oh, Steven! Thank you for the raid. How was Pharaoh? I was busy in this morning, so I was lurking, but I wasn't actually able to say much. I hope it was good. Oh, thank you, Aura. I was about to do a shout out. I forgot you were here. How did it go? Did you make the city thrive? I don't think any of these are actually good in this situation. I mean, I can damage him, I guess. It's not the worst to just do some damage. There you go.
Let us put our steel to the test.
Had a nice city of 4,000 people, unemployment at about 20%, it was fine. I mean, doesn't sound like a terrible place to be. Could be worse. Whenever an ally takes damage, boost this unit by 1. Okay. So the Wagenburg wouldn't work. This is a little bit... okay, well let's do this.
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
And then do that. Okay, so then we do 13 damage to him, which is pretty good, not the worst.
Ariel's been chosen. The gods speak to him.
So we're basically just slowly whittling them down. Very slowly. Sure, Wagenberg, you won't be very useful, so I'll sacrifice you. Wait. Oh, the highest unit. Oh, wait, so he's gonna damage his own units. I thought it was just for me, but no. Okay, that makes it a bit more interesting. Because now I can decoy. Just bring it back to my hand. Meaning he has the highest units again. He's gonna damage his own... He's just gonna kill his own people.
Wipe ourselves on your vestments! For blood!
It's not the smartest play to just kill your own people, you know? It's a play, for certain.
More hawk de Barrier!
Okay. So is this a chance of him doing either damaging the axeman or the drummer?
Again and again and again.
I guess it depends. Yep, okay, nice. That's really good.
Gods are blowing fair winds the day.
Okay. Okay, we're doing good here. We're doing good.
One boat.
Let's start doing some damage. You can go over here.
Armor's a waste of time for one like me.
Might as well. Because he's gonna kill the Arbalest, so might as well get some use out of it while I can.
I promise you a quick death.
No, Wagenberg. Okay, well it does mean he's now gonna kill his own hunter. Which is nice.
Give me a time. My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Okay, we're doing it. He's slowly dying. 61.
Blackhand's taking on new swabbies. What do you say?
Okay, one of my Arbalists will die for certain.
Arbalest to your command.
So let's just damage him. 46.
Oh, you got a bad case of rower's back.
Armor won't save.
41. So 31.
You wanna pass, you gotta pay. Can't let you through elseways.
Okay, the Skeleton Pirate will definitely get murdered. Actually, no. Oh. I'd have to pause. I can't. Oh god. I can't actually win now. And just do the most damage I can, I guess. Which is 20. Actually, does that even... No, it doesn't. It doesn't trigger. Damn it. Hiker delay. Welcome. Okay. That's rough. Okay, so now that I know how it works, let me Thronebreaker is not very useful. The pikeman can be. Field medic won't be. Okay, well, fine.
Reynard, what the devil? Sea raiders here.
Okay. Okay, we can get the pikeman. Go, pikeman.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Let us put our steel to the test.
Okay. So... I guess I can... Sure. Let's use a decoy. And might as well do some damage. Yeah, kill your own units.
Ariel's been chosen. The gods speak to him.
Oh, Lyrian lummoxes.
There you go. Keep killing your own units, Lippy. Good job. What do I have in my... Okay. That's actually really good. Okay, so if I play the medic...
You must sweat like a swine in that jacket.
We get this.
Oh, Rivia!
Delirium banner there. He will kill his own unit again.
We'll ransack your temples! Wipe ourselves on your vestments! For blood!
Okay, another 6. So I can play my pikeman and hope that he kills his own axeman. We'll see what happens.
Pays late. Again.
Nice.
Ogre Blackhand's taking on new swabbies. What do you say?
Okay, so we can do 6 damage. Oh, actually, no, we can play this first. He kills again his own unit. Oh, this is so fun. He just keeps killing his own units.
You wanna pass, you gotta pay. Can't
As
let
long
you
as I
through
play
elsewise.
units that are lower than his, then we can keep just going. Okay, so now I think... Yeah, okay. Now we shoot him.
One boat's all I need.
There. That is good.
You're a bad case of rower's back.
And I guess we just keep
Give me a time.
damaging.
You've got stones, wench.
You've sailed into troubled waters, mate.
I don't know if I can do this.
Abelis to your command.
I don't think I have enough turns.
Warhawk de Barrier!
Hmm.
promise you a quick death.
Yeah. F.
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
Oh. This fight is difficult. I don't know if I should just... Because having him kill his own units is great, but it doesn't seem to be working. Okay, let's do this.
Reynard, what the devil? Sea Raiders here!
Let's try this again. Elf and onion soup. Right cards, let's see. So we do have a war wagon. I think we just deploy the war wagon.
The gods are with us!
And then another war wagon.
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
Because that gives us 4 things on the field already. And we'll start just damaging him.
One bolt.
That. Okay, so they're now higher, which means I can play this.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
And he'll just keep killing his own units.
Wipe ourselves on your vestments.
Which is nice.
For blood!
And you go here.
For Rivia!
Shoot him. So now you kill this. That's beautiful. This is looking good.
What is it?
Nice. Oh no, not him. Why? You just put him at 11 and then damage him. If he was at 11 still, that would be great, but no. Let's actually do this. Because he'll have to damage the light infantry, which will then damage something else, which is good. Which damaged him, very good.
I've got a bad case of Roland's back.
That's really good, actually. Skeleton Hunter is now at 13. Meaning it will 100% die. Except maybe if I play Renard,
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
they won't, but we'll see.
Left, right, left, right.
No, they do, okay, good.
You wanna pass, you gotta pay. Can't let you through elseways.
Got the pikeman in there.
Should have listened to me old
Arbalest for 9 damage. Then hit him for 4. So now he has to choose between the Renard Odo or the Scytheman. Either way, 13 damage. 24 left.
You've got stones, wench. Warhawk devour ye!
Okay. So now, okay, how much can we do? So we can do 8, which puts him at what? 16. Then he takes 13, puts him at 3. I think, okay, yeah. I think we win.
I'm a horse.
Like he can't do enough damage anymore.
Water is made.
He's gonna kill himself. There you go. Yay, we did it. Oh, okay. That was rough. Your Pichu won nice.
The Skelligers
the
fought
Pichu that
hard,
could.
fought bravely, brought mayhem. Yet the Queen's ordered, disciplined force won the day. The islanders seemed entirely undismayed at their defeat. A trait of theirs, I must admit, I've ever admired.
Well, you're right scrappy for landlubbers. Lippy Goodman applauds you for your pluck, Queen. When we sup, me and the lads will drink your health.
Okay. At least you're friendly about the whole thing. What's wrong with my... There's like a clit in my hair, that's fine. Okay. Oh, bear. We get a bear. I want a bear. Yes. Ooh, we can... Yeah, you know what? If you want someone to fight, how about Nilfgaard?
That we shall yet see, sir. We must know something first. What brings you this far inland? What drove you from the sea?
Meve asked, crossing her arms.
Ha! What always drives us? Looting and pillaging. The coast's picked clean since long, so we set our longships up the Yaruga for gold and glory.
Amusing.
Fair.
I always assumed you to be honourable folk.
And who dares to claim elsewise?
Your very actions do so. You've attacked a land preoccupied, a land already at war with invaders. But I suppose it makes sense. You've ever feared to attack Imperials?
The Queen prodded gently.
What did you say, wench?
Gudmund had quickly turned red with rage.
I'll prove just how wrong you are, I will. Why, we'll be drinking mead from Nilfgaardian helmets for sundown. Follow me, lads!
Meve smiled as she watched the islanders gather their gear and prepare to march.
Nice.
She doubted not in the least that Gudmund would honor his pledge.
Long hair issues, yeah. I mean, I haven't combed it today, so it's a little bit messy. Nice. So we sent the Skelligan people against Nilfgaardians. Cut mine this weekend. Nice.
Here the damage seems not so great.
It appears
Like,
Nilfgaard's not yet turned its forces
having
towards
it
the
shorter
capital.
is nice.
We're
Just
likely to encounter no more than
the
pathfinders
freedom
and
it
foragers.
gives.
So I hope.
But I like it long too much to actually cut it again. Oh no, it's an elemental. According to legend, a mage by the name of Cornelius the White once lived in Credham. Following a conflict with town elders, he was forced to escape with haste. Before fleeing, however, he hid his entire fortune in a nearby crevasse. Aware other residents would seek the treasure for themselves, he dared not leave it without a guardian. Okay, eliminate all foes. It's a puzzle. Jaeger! Hi, thank you for the hydrate. You love long hair, but not on you, that's fair. Hope you're doing well, Jaeger. Did you manage to get your disc sorted, or was it just... Was it just over? Too far gone? Because I thought I saw something about it failing, but I really hope it wasn't too bad. Okay. Eliminate all foes. There's a boulder. If there are 3 or more copies of this unit, combine them into a lesser Dao. Death Wish, spawn 2 boulders. Okay. Interesting. So... Let's get the Wagenberg. Then Arbalest. Like that. Okay. If there are 3 or more lesser Dao, combine them into a Dao. Right. Oh god. Wow, okay, what am I supposed to... How am I supposed to do this? Using your old one still, but every time you copy it and try to unboot it, it says it's broken, needs repair, but won't repair. Yeah, that sucks. I hate hard drive issues. It's so difficult to get it fixed, or generally the only real solution is to get a new one. But if you can't copy it, if you can't like copy files over and stuff like that, then it sucks. Okay, so if I do this,
got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
3. Then let's do this.
One man's battlefield is another man's ripe patch for harvest.
Right. Turn. So now there's 2. Then.
Oh, shame to let this be wasted.
Okay. So now there's 3. Dao. After 2 turns, on turn start, destroy all enemies. Right. Okay. So we need to do 9 damage. Oh shit.
We must trust each other.
I can't. Because I... Oh shit. I was on the right track. Like, I was on the right track, but I needed an additional turn. So I think the Wagenberg is a good one to start with. And then the Arbalest to get rid of that one. war wagon.
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
Do that.
Ring won't come off. Just take the whole
So I
thing.
play it the other way around, I think. Because I need the Wagenburg to have a charge. So we do this.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
So he gets a charge. Then we do this.
One man's battlefield is another man's ripe patch for harvest.
Right, and then we get the dowel. And then we
Arbalest to your command.
murder. Nice. This card has been added to your army and can be found in the command tent. Marana Runestone. Okay, so we got 2 new cards. Let's see. Transform a damaged unit into a bear. Oh, I like that. '22 power. You know what? Yes. I want bears on my side. Heal all allies and boost them by 2. Ooh, that's fancy too. That is quite nice. Let's get... Do I want extra recruits? Yeah, why not? Might as well. Computers are so complicated sometimes. They can be, but I mean... A lot of the time the issues themselves aren't too complicated, but finding out what the actual issue is the problem. Like, once you know what it is, solving it isn't too bad. But it's getting to that point that's the problem.
The Nilfgaardian invasion necessitated certain steps. Neve had dispatched scrolls to her garrison commanders, based upon which they were to announce general musters. She'd hoped that by the time she reached Crydam, fresh recruits would be waiting to join her growing force.
That
Alas,
makes sense.
the commander of this fort, one Sergeant Griggs, had only bad news.
Your Majesty, I've not the numbers to man the walls even. The call to arms brings few new recruits and more men desert each day.
Well,
Folk are terrified something awful. They don't believe in victory.
that's pretty bad. Offer more soldiers pay, press townsmen into service, or make a speech. I don't know how much a speech will help. I mean, it is a speech by the Queen. And we did already rout some Nilfgaardian forces. But money drives people a lot. So, you know what? Offer more soldiers
Since
pay.
love of country seems insufficient motivation,
Neve said, standing up from behind the table.
we must make coins speak. Sergeant, announce that all new recruits will receive twice the usual soldier's pay.
Though costly, Neve's decision brought immediate results. Lured by the promise of gold, townsfolk in droves enlisted with the garrison.
There you go.
The Queen left Crydam poorer, but encouraged, as she had a stronger force in tow.
You're thinking your next step is to take all other drives out, install this one with the old format, and copy it to the new SSD again, rather than doing it as an external drive. You can try. I don't know if the copying fails because the drive is too far gone, then I don't know if that will work, but it's at least worth trying. Though costly, Meve's decision brought... Yeah, okay. The Queen left Crichton poor, but encouraged as she had a stronger force in tow. Wait, what do you mean, poor? I give them money.
Nothing stirs us up.
How can they be poor if I give them money?
A contract on a monster. Interesting.
No. Contract on a monster? The queen left poor. Oh, did I misread it? I mean, maybe. Yeah, I guess I left it. I read it as like the queen left the city poor, but yes, I guess it makes sense that the queen was poor after leaving the city. Yeah, that makes more sense. I was like, wait a minute, I gave them money. In the cottage lives an herbalist whom the local peasants hold in high regard. Her potions and ointments have healed many wounds, saved many lives. Do you wish to procure remedies from her stock? Yeah, why not? Dimertium bomb. Restores all enemy units to their base power. Interesting. So if you have like an enemy that buffs a lot, but their unit's base power is not very high, then this could be very useful. But I think the bear, I like the bear a lot more. Or the elf and onion soup, even though that is kind of random. Okay. Let's see. Oh, hello. The hovel's resident, a peasant by the name of Bogan, has word for you. He claims he saw someone under the cover of night bury some sort of treasure near the orchard. For a small sum, he's offered to sketch a map of where to look. Sure. Okay, so there's an axe, there's some benches, and then near the tree. Okay. Okay, where is that? Like here? Because this is the orchard, no? Maybe? Maybe not.
As Meave and company traversed the ruddy meadows, strident voices reached their ears.
I beg your pardon. I've heard enough. A duel. I challenge you to a duel.
A duel?
A duel?
Nonsense. I'd sooner lay you across my lap and give your ass a thorough flailing, you scoundrel.
The Queen approached the arguing parties. Two nobles, Lords Cartwright and Mansfield. Quickly,
yes,
she
the
ascertained
nobles.
they were up in arms over ownership of an orchard lying between their estates. Assisting both nobles, their kinsmen, armed to the teeth, prepared to leap each other and crush heads.
I send out my blue
Upon
eyes white
spotting
dragon.
Meave, the lords lowered their voices, bowed and presented themselves. Yet they could not keep their ire fettered long and were soon casting aspersions again.
Your Grace, Mansfield has seized it. No, stolen my land. Land that has been in my family for generations.
It is my recompense for your reckless deeds.
What?
To burn down me mill in Furchin for a bit of sawdust in your flour? Well, I never.
A bit? Oh, let me at him. Farman's taken ill, cook's feverish, all from that manure. You are a fraud, sir. A fraud and a thief.
I mean, burning down a mill is kind of excessive, even if what they gave you, like, even if the flour was bad or something. Burning down the mill is like, you don't just do that. Fraud and the thief, oh, politician you mean? Well, they are nobles, Zelda. They are nobles. So they're probably not wrong when not one of the nobles accuses the other of being a fraud. But I feel like they're both kind of frauds and thieves and... yeah.
Though she faced the not at all trifling matter of the Nilfgaardian invasion, Meve agreed to settle the dispute. Reynard, who knew the history of every Lyrian and Rivian family 7 generations back, served as her advisor.
No doubt I would find for the Cartwrights. They are in the right here, as regards the title to the land. Yet your grace must consider, the Mansfields have ever served the crown and never delayed payment of tribute. Whereas the Cartwrights are litigious charlatans who owe the royal treasury thousands, many thousands.
So technically the Cartwrights own it, but they are kind of... oh god, okay. I mean, if the Cartwrights never pay the royal treasury, or like taxes and stuff, but the Mansfields do... and also, so what happened is, so the Cartwrights own the land, but the Mansfields are taking it, are like seizing it, because of their mill being burnt down by the Cartwrights. Now, in my eyes, like, sure, they shouldn't have occupied the orchard, but it's them, the Cartwrights burning down the mill, and then on top of that, knowing they owe the crown a lot of money, and all that stuff. I feel like the Cartwrights are the bad guys here, mostly. The Mansfields aren't much better, but they are slightly better. And we can divide it. But I feel like, I mean, as recompense for a burnt down mill, I feel like an orchard is... it makes sense to me. Because they're like... yeah, both will be angry, exactly. But yeah, if the Mansfields are loyal to the crown, their mill got burned down, they get the orchard. I feel like that makes sense. Like, that's the most logical conclusion. Kill everybody, nobody, no problem. It's true. But I probably don't want to piss off the nobles because they might supply us with forces in the war and stuff like that. The guy on the right looks like the evil cardinal from the Hunchback of Notre Dame. I can kind of see it. I can kind of see it. Yeah, let's grant it to the Mansfields.
The orchard must go to the vassal unburdened by debt. This is what I prefer,
said Meve.
Thus I declare it Mansfield's.
But the law clearly says...
I am the law, Cartwright.
Lord Cartwright moved to debate the matter further, but a snort from Reynard reminded him he stood before his liege. Mansfield, content, made an ample contribution to bolster Meve's force and the realm's defense.
I mean, we did get 750 gold from that. Yeah, I think he meant the Notre Dame, and just... yeah. I don't know how that typo happened, but I caught it. I realized what he meant. Oh wait, treasure? Okay, new avatar that I'm never gonna use, nice. Cartwright would have just been content with keeping their stuff, although that would have followed the law, yeah. But I mean, like, I am the queen, meaning I write the laws and all that, so if I think the noble should just give up his lands, then he should just give up his lands, because full authority of the crown. The law doesn't matter. Which is, like, it's not necessarily a good thing. But it is in this situation. I thought I could maybe talk to the blacksmith.
Wrong at Abbott's Ravine. I heard whinnies and screams at first. How all's gone silent.
Whinnies and screams and then silence? Interesting. Only because you spelled it wrong and was like, do you mean Nori, who is someone you know? Oh, I see. It was like
on their way to the
autocorrect or
capital,
something.
Neve and company happened one fine day upon a lone rider. Had I been at her side, I would immediately have recognized
No,
his
it's not
passionate
Zelda.
gaze
It's not.
and altogether chivalrous mien.
It's still Notre Dame. But Jaeger probably spelled it wrong. And then got corrected by with the phone or something to something that was wrong, as it does sometimes. On the way to the capital, Meave and company happened one fine day upon a lone rider. Had I been at their side, I would immediately have recognized his passionate gaze and altogether chivalrous mien.
Identify yourself, sir, and your intent.
Oh wait, that's the avatar we just unlocked. His face.
Ake of Denel I am dubbed, and my design I never conceal.
Okay.
The good book says the world is a garden which the gods once conferred upon man, and we men have this garden neglected. In consequence, all manner of filth has made its lair here. Drowners, ghouls, and other kobolds. I have sworn ne'er to rest until the day when, with the gods' help, I have rid the world of these beasts and pests. I wander all lands, seeking out evil and facing it in mortal combat.
Who do we spy? A knight errant?
Just as likely a madman.
How goes the hunt?
How goes your hunt?
Thank you
Caught
for
the
the
trail of
hydrate.
any monster?
Monster? Too fair a term by far. An exceptionally vile worm has made its lair in nearby caverns. It is said to be the very distillation of filth. A slither in horror. A melange of the macabre. Its head, that of a wild cat of Ophir. Its maw full of spiked teeth. The wings of a bat it is said to have. The tail of a scorpion, and from it, a thick venom drips. Learned men call this variety a manticore, or mardiacore.
Why a mardiacore? Is that also a name for it? I know it is a manticore, but...
Perhaps it will be most prudent, then, to send for a witcher.
A witcher? Soulless automatons they are, all. Feeding on common folk's fears.
How dare you?
What they demand gold to do, I perform without demand of any coin.
Sir Ake, far be it from me to discourage you. Your endeavor is noble, no doubt. But from what I have heard, manticores are exceedingly dangerous beasts.
To defeat this filth alone could be a difficult task, I'll not deny. Yet try it I must, for it is what I have sworn before the gods.
Godspeed, Sir Knight. Now, I shall help you if you then join us. Because, I mean, he seems like he would be a hero card of some sort. He wouldn't just be a recruit, I feel like.
We shall help you find and fight the Manticore, provided you then pledge to help us fight an even fiercer and filthier beast.
Of course, my lady. Yet what manner of horror is it? A viper? A griffin? A drake of some rare form?
Were it only. 'Tis a beast of 1,000 heads, covered in black armor, its fire consuming whole villages.
Noble lady. I know bestiary is only in parts, yet I've seen some of the world, and never have I heard of such a terror.
You need but look about you, and spot Nilfgaard's legions.
Devastating. But you must forgive me, Your Grace. This struggle between realms is not one to which I can lay a hand.
I mean, I can't force you, that's fair.
If such is your view, I shall not insist. The care you show for my folk I greatly appreciate, Sir Ake of Denell. Godspeed.
And to you, Your Majesty.
So do we not help him at all then? I would have still helped him even if he didn't join me. I guess good luck on your worm slaying adventures, Sir Ike.
Not a scrap.
There must be something in that cave. Okay, there's a bunch of stuff. Oh, wait, how did I not go to the point of interest? We can fast travel in a bit. We'll check this out first. This looks quite dangerous. Oh, we can't go in. Okay. So I guess that's where the beast would be. If we were to help him. I guess if we insisted, maybe he would have joined. But I'm not sure. If he was like, I can't do that, I wouldn't be like, oh, but you must. Like, no. The villagers fear an attack from Nilfgaardian marauders. They ask that you order a group of soldiers to remain to offer protection. I shall do what I must to keep them from harm. I would get money for this, but I don't want them to pay money. They're my loyal subjects, you know? They shouldn't need to pay for protection. Let's go back here. I'd like to think I'm a good queen, you know? That I have the best... that I wish the best for all my subjects and things like that. A little bit more loot here. Let's see, and then there's a puzzle over there. So let's move. What kind of puzzle are we talking? Oh, it's a... okay.
A dragon!
It's a dragon!
I've once seen it with my own eyes. Had wings like a bat and a mess of teeth.
I don't know what you're talking about. What dragon? There's no dragons here. There's no dragon here. Don't worry about the one at the bottom of the screen. That's not an actual dragon. It's just a trick of the light. The wyvern that prowled the fields of Foregate was first spotted by Malik, a local half-wit. He had been busy carving obscene words into a birch stump by the roadside when the dragon had suddenly pierced the clouds above him. After hastily and ineffectually cleaning his soiled trousers with a fern leaf, he rushed to the village to warn the others of the vicious beast's presence. Kill the wyvern. If there are no cows left, lose the battle. No, the cows! You have to save the cows, yes. Every 2 turns on turn start, consume a random cow. Not the cows! Oh no. Oh. Okay. I can't save all the cows, but I will try my best. No! Cow!
Can't take it.
Jeez, okay. No! The cows!
One boat.
Oh god, so wait, this is 7. Uh, 7, 11, 16. How am I supposed to do this? Am I supposed to damage the cows? I'm sorry, cow.
Company! Forward march!
Maybe this works? Does this work?
Give me a time.
Yeah, it does. I had to shoot 1 cow, but I saved 2 of them. That's good, right? They didn't all die. I had to shoot 1 of the cows to save the others. Few remedies exist for a man who has lost his youthful vigor. The recommended solution is a simple mixture of raw dragon egg, a sprinkle of sugar, and a splash of pepper vodka. Should no dragon eggs be readily available, instead boil the liver of a cockatrice after first massaging in a blend of Zericanian spices. Ah yes, just use a raw dragon egg. Those are very common, right? Oh, but if those are not around, just use some cockatrice stuff. I'm sure you have those just lying around. Just standard things. Okay, so we cleared that. Now we can go over here. Grab this. And then go all the way around the bottom edge here. Where are these? Oh wait, this is the Skelligan Raiders. They're my pals now, sort of. Camp rules. No pissing in the fire. No shitting next to the tents. No shouting at dawn. You break the rules, I break your legs. I mean, pretty simple rules. It makes sense.
One of them golden sons belongs on the side of my own ship. Nilfgaardians make for good prisoners. Good slaves, too. They got black.
I mean, I don't know about the slave thing. That's a bit much. What's going on here? Your Majesty, Lippy Gutmund's warriors have started a brawl at the tavern. They've broken pitchers, drained all the barrels of ale, even eaten the innkeep's cat. How dare they? Their dancing and revelry is in celebration of their recent victory over a Nilfgaardian division, and they show no signs of slowing down. What are your orders? God. I don't want to say it's not our concern, because it kind of is. We can pay for the damage or try to bring them to order. I think we'll try to bring them to order. Because paying for the damage alone wouldn't do a lot. Bedroom Vengeance. What is that? Destroy the highest ally and play 2 allies from your graveyard. Ooh. That is fancy, actually. I actually don't use decoy as much as I would like, so I think I'm just gonna get that instead.
Lots of folk moving about of late.
Yeah, lots of folk moving about, it's true.
Live our own land, charming, fertile and grand.
Nice.
One evening, soldiers brought before Meve the elf she had saved from a lynching. It seemed he had been the fiend who had poisoned the water barrels from which several soldiers had drunk, then suffered and died.
Yes, I did it. And I regret it not one bit.
Seethed the
What,
elf.
why?
Nilfgaardian, Temerian, some brute from Lyria. You Dwan are all alike. I detest you. All of you, your filth for what you wrought with my brethren. I'm proud. I am that even a few of your kind perished at my hand. Hail and Shay.
Meve pursed her lips into a thin white line. Reynard knew the expression. It did not bode well.
What a bastard. I saved him. I saved him from a lynching, and how does he repay me? By murdering my soldiers.
I should drag you to the capital. Hang
What a
you high in the
bastard.
market square.
Meve said through gritted teeth.
Yet this you would want. Am I right? For your folk to speak of you? For your folk to remember? Well, you shan't have it. You'll hang here, in the middle of nowhere, with but crows to witness it and then pick at your eyes.
It was a summary execution. No sentence was read, no last wish observed. The elf's corpse then hung long at the roadside, as none came forth to claim and bury it.
Jeez. Well. Okay. I
We welcome you home,
didn't
Your
even get a
Majesty.
choice there. He's just hanging out now.
Prince Willem awaits your return.
I mean,
Well,
he
at last,
did
Your
murder
Grace.
multiple people
We shall not enjoy
after
it
we
long, I
saved
fear.
him, which is
Soon we
kind
must
of...
face the blackclads in the field.
Yet a moment's peace we will have. After that drubbing you gave them at Dravigrad, they'll wish to rethink their strategy.
Squirtel propaganda. Elves, dwarves, gnomes, halflings, the end of the old order is nigh. The oppressive regimes of the north, the plunderers of our land, rapists of our folks, shall fall to Nilfgaardian onslaught. And we can assist this downfall. We must assist it, each and every one of us. But why are the Nilfgaardians better then? Like... God. Those able to wield a weapon, join us in the woods. Seek out the Squirtel Commando. Those too young, too old, too crippled, fight however you can with poison dagger lies. Cowards who stand idle shall be tried after the war as traitors to the elder races. Why are they such... just dicks? Why is it always like... Okay, they're having issues, but we hate them, so that's fine. Like, let them die. Like, why do you hate them? Because oppression and things like that. Okay, fine, but what if we try to change it? It doesn't matter. Like, even if this queen has saved your ass from a lynching and has entrusted you to be in her guard, still poison their water and kill the soldiers because... why? So that you can burn whatever trust you got? Burn whatever... Oh, God. I hate it so much, like... violence to stop violence does not work. It never worked, it never will. God, and I don't understand how it keeps happening. Section end. You're approaching an important moment in your journey. If you choose to continue, you will not be able to resume any unfinished activity in this area. Humanity, I guess. It's not humanity, though. It's... because it's a limiting... a lot of people are good people, and... humanity as a whole is good. The problem is those that take advantage of others and start to poke and prod at things and then point it out at others, being like, look, they're doing these things that are bad. And you're like, yes, that's true. And then slowly but surely try to see them less than human, less than them, and then eventually go to like divide and conquer, if you will. And usually it's the people in positions of power that are problematic because they want to stay in power and they want to use their power to oppress because that's what gets them off, probably, or something like that. It sucks. But yeah, I don't want to get too into that because the world sucks, but it doesn't have to. At least we don't have to constantly live in that that acknowledgement, I guess. And we can just live our lives and try to change it for the better and leave a lasting presence of just kindness and respect instead. It's difficult to
Neve had ridden out of Lyria in early spring.
To change people that way, but hopefully, eventually,
for the brief summit of sovereigns.
It will happen.
She returned now to her capital, at the head of an army that dragged behind it bandits and Nilfgaardian prisoners in chains. The whole city came out to greet her. Its traders, craftsfolk, priests. Also, her eldest son and heir, Prince Willem. A boy who, it seemed, might never be prepared to rule. Neve and Willem rode side by side past the cheering throngs, their faces frozen in regal smiles. It was not until they reached the castle stables that they found a corner in which to speak freely, candidly.
Welcome home, Mother. Content I am to see you, to be sure.
There's the Prince Willem. I've been wondering what he looks like. He does look young.
And I'm happy to see you. Though I dare say I'd have been much happier to witness you leading an army towards Dravergrad.
Oh.
Willem, I trusted you. Left the realm in your care.
Indeed. And I, in turn, did my utmost to choose the best course for...
Willem, don't be so damned courtly. There's no one else here. My son. Nilfgaard has invaded our home. We're at war. When rulers don't strive and don't choose, when rulers grab their swords and shields and ride out to defend their subjects.
You didn't let me finish.
Say your piece.
All right. Say what you wanted to, please.
I feared I'd be hasty, Mother, and I didn't want to be. When we got word of the invasion, the lords convened at the castle. They demanded I hear them out. They wanted to give me counsel. If I'd rushed into the field to confront the foe, I'd have been half blind to the situation, not known all the options I had at my disposal.
A ruler never knows all the options. Yet he must decide and act nonetheless. I need to prepare. I'll see you at the Council of Peers.
And indeed she did, when the peers convened in the throne room. Surrounded by animal hides and Zerrikanian tapestries, the Lord stood in tense silence, awaiting the Queen. When her figure filled the doorway, they fawningly prostrated themselves.
We've myriad matters to resolve, so I trust you're well rested. Whatever the case, I've no doubt we shall meet the dawn afore we're done. Firstly, we must ask assistance. Pen a letter to King Demavend. Scribe, take this down. Dear... What? Uncle? Cousin? Blast. Again. I, Meve, by the God's grace, sovereign of Rivia and...
Your Grace, Mother, the peers and I, we've come to propose another solution.
Another solution. Okay, Willem, what
Yes.
is this?
Out with it.
We wish to acknowledge Nilfgaard's authority, pledge fealty to the Emperor.
I beg your pardon.
The black-clad hordes outnumber our forces manyfold, and they're far better equipped. We stand not the slightest chance against them in open...
You will not lecture me about Nilfgaard's army, my son. All you know of them you garnered from coloured renderings, whereas I faced them at Dravograd. I faced them and crushed them.
But your grace, the losses. For this fleeting victory in which you delight, how many of your subjects had to perish? Bend a knee afore the Emperor, and you shall spare thousands.
Nay, never! Understood, Caldwell? Not ever!
I'd hoped to
I mean,
persuade you,
yeah.
but it seems I've failed. Nonetheless, the die's been cast. We've signed the accord with Nilfgaard. Our noble lords stand with me.
The blood left Meve's face. She had realized her son, who had ever professed to detest politics and shirked his duties as crown prince, had just stabbed her in the back, as had her entire court.
What is this? Treason to my eyes! The gallows is what awaits you!
Willem rules Lyria now. And should you not acquiesce and approve the accord, I fear only you, milady, shall have the pleasure to meet the hangman.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Caldwell. My mother will not be harmed. Not one hair on her head. Understood? Confine the Queen to the tower.
You err deeply, my son.
The Queen was confined to a cell. Gilded armor she had traded for a simple robe. A courtly retinue for a swarm of rats. She was the very picture of misery. At the window of her cell, gripping the bars, Meve stood powerless. Her anger so great she wept and wailed. Her Lyria was free no more.
It's such a... Like, it makes sense, right? That they'd be like, well, we can't stand a chance, so why would we even try? Just bend the knee and get it over with, right? How bad can it be? And it's like, you surrender all your freedom to this other country that is, like, invading everywhere. They're just like... We rule your lands now because we have the power to do so. Like, giving up in that is just, I don't get that. Like, it's never better to just give up in my eyes. No, my cards. My cards.
Have I come at a bad time?
Damn you, Caldwell. Don't come over here after you betrayed me like that. Jeez.
Demons take you, Caldwell. You've long been at this scheme, haven't you? You left the strays of Sparla to roam the realm, to forage, so that I would have to look to them. And thus gained your cohorts the time they needed to complete Lyria's sail to Nilfgaard.
You've seen through it all, that's clear. After the fact, of course. But still...
Willem, you turned him. How?
The boy's not fit to wear the crown. Hasn't sufficient wit nor valor. I know this. You know this. Just, he knows it not. Willem fancied himself a statesman. Wished terribly to prove he was one. I made it possible. I've been amply rewarded, I have. Palatine since just yesterday, in fact.
Ugh.
You'll have neither my blessing nor congratulations. Sorry to disappoint you.
I seek neither. I've come for another reason. To bid you adieu.
As in, like, murder?
Willem does not seek your death. Does not even fathom it, as you well know. Moreover, his resolve will wilt in time, and he'll wish to free you. So, come the morn, when the young king rides out to pledge fealty afore General Ep Dahi, you shall use your bed linens to hang yourself.
I will not. Go plow yourself. I feel like that's the really like, do not do this. Or, well, I mean, neither of these is gonna do anything, so might as well just say go plow yourself, right?
I see. You wish to see me bow afore you, lie prostrate, beg you for mercy. Plough yourself with a pike, Caldwell. And you needn't send your thugs. I'll not falter nor hesitate. I'll take my own life.
Adieu, your grace. And use your last evening wisely.
Meve felt a rush of despair, yet bit her lip to mute any weeping. No, she would not give Caldwell the satisfaction.
No.
Morning arrived with the sound of footsteps in the corridor. Meve rose from her cot and stood in the center of her cell. She was prepared for anything. Well, nearly anything.
The Duke of Dogs.
Titles seem senseless under the circumstances, don't you think? Let's forgo them. I'm Gascon.
Has Caldwell sent you? To kill me?
No and a no. Actually, you're free.
No.
How shall I put this? That cad, Count Caldwell, used yours truly and the strays as bait in a scheme aimed at kicking your shapely backside off your throne. Now, I'm hardly vindictive. First to forgive, in fact. Take your threat to send me to the gallows. Forgotten already. Yet being played for a fool, I cannot abide. So when the strays freed me, I knew what I'd do to spite the Count afore I disappeared. I'd free you. That's to say, on one condition.
Fair.
You've got to request it of me, my lady. Courteously.
I mean, sure. Please free me.
For my realm I will do this, and much, much more. Even bow afore a brigand. Thus I beg you, Gascon, Duke of Dogs, grant me my freedom.
Ha! Incredible! I've lived to see someone grovel with dignity. The true ruler you've got to be. You are free.
And grateful. Now please let me pass. I must get to the city jail at once.
Would you look at this woman? Free her from one prison, she flies off to the next.
They hold Reynard there. And if I've any ally left, anyone who's not betrayed me, it's him. I must get him out.
Hold, my lady. Unarmed? Alone?
Oh, yeah.
Have I any other option?
In a sense. See, they locked a few strays in the city pits, too. Got a common cause, I'd say. Care to join forces?
I mean, yeah.
The Queen took
If you
Gascon
want to join
up on
forces,
his offer.
then great.
Then she, Gascon, and the strays snuck through the city to its dungeon. Reynard had not wavered for a moment in his devotion to the Queen. Never the slouch, he had also not lost any time.
I've inquired among the other arrested soldiers. Many are prepared to fight, even die at your side, your grace.
Seems they may yet get their chance. But now we must flee. All of us.
Yet in leaving the jail, the company ran into trouble. When Caldwell's cutthroats had failed to find Meve in her cell waiting for her secret execution, they had informed the Count. He, in turn, dispatched patrols into the streets. The Queen and her cohorts ran into one such unit.
Blast. We shan't outrun them. To arms!
Okay, we might not be queen anymore, but we can still kick some ass. And thus Lyrian stood against Lyrian. At first Meves fought only to stun, to wound, not to kill. Yet she quickly realized the soldiers opposite her held no such reservations. These men who had saluted her but a few days before, and whose faces she knew well, would pull no punches, soften no blows. Meve had no choice but to follow suit. Find an escape route. Once an escape route is found, gain more points than your opponent within 3 turns. Okay. How does that work?
Gascon? Bloody hell, where'd he get to?
Ah, okay.
Your Grace, we must make haste. Caldwell's roused the whole city by now.
Either an escape route out of the city or run in with Caldwell reinforcements. Okay, so we have a chance of 1 out of 9. So we can choose one. Okay. What do you think? Chat? Which one? 1 through 9. Just give me a number. I'm sure... Okay, 3. 3, 6. Well, I'll just go with 3 first, since Mullins did say it first. It's a Grey Rider. Well, an attempt was made.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Don't like this.
We'll do 6 next, so that would be this one, technically. Nope. It's going well. It's going well.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
I can't. Oh, we don't have the. Oh, we don't have the other thing. Okay, that's fine. Just. I guess. I was gonna hit them again, but I don't have my my other ability. Okay. So there's 7 left. Anyone with another number? 1 through 7? I'll just play this.
Aye.
Oh!
Didn't think I'd leave you just like that, did you?
Honestly,
Nice.
I did.
Okay. You know what? I'll just go with lucky number 7. So basically that. Okay, well,
Sod it. Sod it all.
Just set the row on fire, why don't ya?
You mad? Don't shake that!
Burn. Oh my god. Where's the escape routes?
Don't like this.
Your Grace.
Wait, they cleared
what
my
guarantee
fire.
do we have that they won't stab us in the back?
Let's try it again.
This could hurt.
Fire. And then we try this one. Nope. I don't know, is there just one of them?
As you wish, my lady.
Favourite cut of lamb? The shank.
Nice. That's good damage, that is. Nope.
Abolish to your command.
I'm not having a lot of luck here with my I had a 1 in 9 chance. And then 1 in 8, 1 in 7, etc. Now we have 1 in 3 and I've still not found it. Okay, this one. Nope. Oh my god.
Have it the white of an eye from half a league away.
Cursed traitors.
Well, they took care of the fire again.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
Okay. Is it literally the last one I check? How is it literally the last one?
For one like me.
There it is. Oh my god.
Ah, should have listened to me old lady.
I mean, I'm not gonna lose. But it's such a stupid... the fact that it was the last one. It's crazy. Oh no. I will say I'm not gonna lose.
Dirty tart.
But it's not looking great.
The chase is on!
Mark the units. Do that.
Oh, Lady Margarita told us of this.
God. I can't actually win. Shit.
This artist will be reaping black clouds.
It went so well, and then... oh my god. If I had found it one round earlier...
Gascon? Bloody hell, where'd he get to?
Your Grace, we must make haste. Caldwell's roused the whole city.
Let's try this again. And hopefully... It does suck that it's kind of based on luck.
Cursed traitors.
No. No.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me. Sod it. Sod it all.
No?
There's a time to reap, a time to sow.
Didn't think I'd leave you just like that, did you?
Honestly, I did.
Don't like this.
No.
Catch!
Burn.
Again and again and again.
Your Grace, what guarantee do we have that they won't stab us in the back? Got a death wish?
Okay. How is my... I wonder if it's literally just... Doesn't matter, it's always the last one you pick. Because I can't imagine being this unlucky. Right? I mean, maybe I am.
Army's a waste of time for one like me. Left, right, left, right.
Doubt I'll ever pay off these school loans.
Jeez.
The chase is on!
Okay.
Every rib's a thief.
Cursed traitors.
What? You don't have any place to put the last one. Okay. You can't place any more cards down. Which I guess is good. Found it. Okay, so it's not just always the last one.
I smell a
Burn.
leak. One bolt.
Um, Wait, do we win? Yes! Oh my god, we did it. Okay.
I thank you, Gascon. You and your men, for your aid.
All we had to do was get lucky and find the escape route early. Who knew?
'Tis nought, my lady. Strays never say no to a proper brawl.
No brawl this was. Sun rising against Mother. Lyrian striking at Lyrian. I fear a blood war's begun.
Come now. Seems to me the war's ended. Your realm's lost to Nilfgaard. You've no army to speak of.
Then I shall assemble a new one. And with it have Caldwell hanged. And drive Nilfgaard back across the Yaruga.
You're mad. How will you find the men? Riding from hamlet to hamlet, speaking from atop a crate?
No. I shall find them in Edern. I've a favour to call in with King Demavend. And I'll sway volunteers to my cause on the way.
Well, You've your first willing warriors already.
How so?
We've nothing left in Lyria. Our hideouts are compromised, Caldwell's sure to set a price on our heads, and Nilfgaardians roam the land in numbers. Besides, I'll be right tickled to see proud Queen Meve fighting elbow to elbow with a bandit she'd wish to hang just a half day afore.
I mean, yeah.
Well,
Fair.
it is said my foe's foe is my friend. And I'd be a fool to turn down assistance now, no matter who offers. So be it.
Gascon. I actually really like him. And we got a bunch of strays. Ooh, Alchemist.
Very high-minded of you, milady. So, shall we shake on't? Nay? Well then, the high road beckons. Though first we must escape the city with our lives. Follow me.
Lyria was hers no more. Meve now had to flee her capital and realm as quickly as she could. Wont to travel the city streets in a gilded carriage, the Queen now saw them from a slightly different vantage point.
Is this the only way? Are you quite certain? The Queen
is a common fugitive now, so she'd do better to pinch her nose and whinge not at all.
At long last, Meve reached the gate. Yet this she found shut tight, locked and guarded.
Gods be damned.
Easy, your grace. Nothing we can't solve with a quiver full of quarrels.
Those are our men.
They were, Reynard, were.
Gascon's raiders were poised to loose their boats, but were thwarted when the Queen stepped out in front of them.
What she... Your Majesty? I've orders to arrest your grace.
Place me in irons, then.
Please understand, I haven't a choice.
Fear not. You'll be rewarded by Caldwell in Nilfgaardian Florens.
The captain's head dropped. His cheeks burned crimson.
Go, your grace. Flee now, but only to return.
Remember this, Gascon. I'm no fugitive. I'm a queen, robbed of her rightful crown. And though I may need to venture to the world's end before I return, I shall have it back.
Nice. Oh, do we still have this one? I like the bear one. Can we keep it?
Having fled Lyria, Queen Meve ventured into Edirn, her old friend Reynard and new ally Gascon at her side. The war had bitten into this land too. Still, Meve hoped to sway King Demavend to her cause, and with his aid, to oust the traitors, retake her throne, and drive the Nilfgaardian invader from her realm. Yet to start, she was forced to fight, Scoia'tael no less. Emerging from a wood, Meve's retinue encountered a unit of elven rebels just moments from hanging a handful of prisoners. Among the latter, the Queen spotted a woman, a proud warrior with a striking, thick black braid.
The lass I believe I know.
Well, unless we rush to her rescue, it'll soon be you knew her.
Well said. Lyrians, attack!
Okay, straight into another battle, it seems. Eliminate the Scoia'tael executioners, do not let Black Rayla die. It was Meve's first clash with the Scoia'tael, warriors who bled for the non-human cause. The name translates to squirrels in the common tongue, a reference to the ruddy tails fastened to their caps and the helms. The ornament had become a hallmark for the partisans, much like the icy cruelty to which they subjected their human prisoners. Okay, we get extra cards, special rules, it's a story battle, it's shortened. We have 1 round. Let's see, after 2 turns and turn start, boost self by power of unit on the right, then move to the opponent's side. I do like these. Don't need that right now. Oh, we do have the martyrdom ones. Nice, okay. You would actually be that useful right now. The bomber, though, I think will be. Let's do this.
Hang the butcher! Valoa!
Nay. Duan vacate.
We can't breathe, Your Grace. We must rush to a raid.
Okay. So we need to kill these, but without killing her. Let's start with some elf and onion soup. And get the regiment drummer in there. Why not? It does feel a bit weird to eat elf and onion soup in front of elves. They probably don't like that, do they?
The chase is on!
Set a unit's power equal to the unit on the left. Interesting.
There's been a mistake.
Sure.
I'm no mage.
That works. No. Elves don't like a lot of things. This is true.
Free the warrior!
I mean, how do I free her? Like, I can set the row on fire. Does that help?
Catch!
Surely that will help, right? Setting her on fire. Oh, I do have the damaging one now. Okay. Cool. That works.
Now we will see who is weak.
The elves! Scatter them! They block our path!
Thing about slings, they hide well.
There you go. Okay. Oh no, why am I targeting Black Rayla now?
I shall
No.
not fail.
You need to not... No. Oh god, okay. Shit. So she won't die. Where can't I? Oh right, I play here.
No time for that.
Burn it all
I smell a leak.
down.
Left, right, left, right.
Okay.
Go, hop, hop.
Do that. No. This works. Oh shit, I shouldn't hurt her. Oh jeez. I mean, I guess it works still. Transform a damaged unit into a bear.
Hey?
So you and you and sure. There you go. Nice. So now we win. There you go. Took a second to get back up to power, but we did it.
The Scoia'tael warriors shocked the Queen with their speed, their cunning, and their cruelty. Yet in the end, the Lyrians prevailed. When the last elf hit the ground, the Queen had her men untie those they'd sought to hang.
1,000 thanks, Your Grace. Heard many tales of your valor. Pleased to see they weren't just flattery and propaganda.
Black Rayla. Haga, we saw you there. You command King Demoven's special forces.
That's right. Though not many remain to command.
So I see. How did it come to this?
My liege sent me to wipe out a Scoia'tael band, led by a rat called Eldane. Followed the vermin's tracks for several days. Straight into his trap, turned out.
Hunting elves in the woods. Truly inspired, I must say.
Had no choice. Doing nothing would have brought us surer, swifter doom. The Blackclad have invaded Edirn. Thanks to elven aid. They snap our supply lines, lurk like dogs, prey on vulnerable units and scouts.
You mean to say Nilfgaard's broken your defenses?
Aye. Though their march will soon halt, believe me. To advance, they'll have to take Rosberg, a stronghold that's yet to fall once. They'll break against its walls like waves upon the rocks.
That Edirn still defends the north. I do not share your certainty. I'm glad Edirn still defends the north.
While Edirn stands, the north is not yet lost.
I'll convey your grace's words to the king at the first occasion.
I'd rather hope to convey them myself. I have come to Edirn seeking aid. I wish to ask Demavend for support.
The king is in Rosberg, overseeing siege preparations. I'm heading that way too to report on our skirmish with the Scoia'tael. I might serve as your guide. These lands I know better than any.
Nice. She seems good.
Excellent. Guide on.
Okay. So what do we have? Because a bunch of stuff happened. Increase the number of trinkets we can equip. Units excluding artifacts will take up 10% less of the recruit cap. Ooh, that is nice. That's really good actually. Decrease the golden cost of crafting units. Increase recruit cap. Also very good. Pitfall Tap, Field Medic, and Lyrian Pathfinder. That's a difficult one. I think I want to go for this and this. Okay. Command tent. Let's see what we have. Black Rayla. Or the player card from your deck. If in hand, deck, or on the battlefield, strengthens self by 2 whenever a Scoia'tael unit is destroyed. Okay. We have slightly too many in the deck right now. Let's see. The infiltrators are very nice. The slingers are quite good too. Okay, so this will add 10. So I need to remove 11. We can get rid of 1 alchemist and actually not 11. 9, apparently. So we can get rid of a field medic as well. And then we're exactly... Oh no, wait, it's... I guess because they use 10% less. So it's slightly different. Are the regular people bronze and then there's golden people as well? I'm not sure. I guess these are gold and these are bronze. Yeah. I don't know if there's like silver. I haven't seen any. But they are slightly different. Because like the Strays Cavalry has like a slightly different icon here than the Pathfinder. They have more bluish rather than the gray. So I don't know what the difference is. I don't know what makes something bronze or something else. Oh no, here, color, bronze, gold. So gold is just all the hero units, and then bronze is the other just standard troops. But I don't know, like there might be silver too, if not, I don't know, but ooh, big yawns. Wait, why does it still say I have... Oh, I guess the Strays Bomber maybe? Yeah, okay. Reports. Your Majesty, though we spoke to each other not long ago, I have no doubt you do not recall my name. I am the guard who stopped you as you fled Lyria, the guard who doubted you. Your Highness, once more I apologize for my cowardice, and thank you for giving me a chance to repair my error. I cannot save Lyria from the Nilfgaardians' talons, but I can write to you about their secrets. I have won myself a post at the palace. I shall keep my ears open, and if I learn anything, I shall inform you at once. Gods grant you luck, my lady. We await your return, Captain Tobias. Appeal to folk of Lyria and Rivia. Queen Maeve cares not a whit for your interests. Instead of seeking peace with the Nilfgaardian Empire, she has chosen pointless resistance, sentencing you all to annihilation. To save their subjects from this fate, the Council of Peers decided to remove the Mad Queen from the throne. In her cruel lunacy, she defied our ruling, spat upon our laws. She has fled the country in cowardice and seeks now to sow havoc. The rightful monarch is Maeve's eldest son, Willem. He shall be advised in this difficult time by Count Caldwell. The meadows of Lyria and Rivia shall blossom under the light of the golden sun. Long live the Emperor. Ah yes, because bowing to the Nilfgaardian Empire is just fine. Just pointless resistance. Don't offer pointless resistance. Just submit and be with the Empire. You know, it's fine. It doesn't matter that the Nilfgaardians tried to burn down your cities just now. You know, that's fine. Just bow to them. It's fine. And he shall be advised by Count Caldwell, who has betrayed the throne and has orchestrated this whole thing. Yes, so very trustworthy. Of course they don't know that, but still. With Lyria and Rivia taken, full strength of Army Group East redirected against Aedirn, fierce Aedirnian resistance, but border posts fell. King Demavend pulling back from small garrisons and concentrating forces in heavily defended fortresses. Rosberg, Aldersburg, Vangerberg. Significant increase in Scoia'tael activity, attacks on merchants, refugees, but not Nilfgaardian convoys. All evidence indicates Scoia'tael working with enemy. Those damn elves. Of course they're working with the enemy. They hate all humans, but the moment one of the humans is fighting the other humans, they're like, you know what, yeah, that's good, we'll join you.
Yes, Your Grace?
How far we've fallen.
How has it come to this? I, Queen Meve of Lyria and Rivia, must prowl about the underbrush like a common bandit. And you, General Raynard Odo, once proud commander of 4 elite regiments of footmen, now lead a gang of deserters, bandits, and scythe-wielding peasants.
I do so proudly, Your Grace.
You must be joking, Raynard.
Your Majesty, under your husband I served 10 years. Under you another 8. And never in that time did I fight for a more worthy cause. We seek not to grab land, or stifle a peasant revolt. We fight for all the North. For our freedom, that of others. And you alone didn't give up. Didn't even consider bending the knee before Nilfgaard.
Yes, all true. Yet look where it's brought me.
Your struggle has but begun, Your Grace. And I will do all in my power to see you triumph in the end.
Why couldn't I see through Caldwell?
I cannot forgive myself one thing. That I failed to see through Caldwell's schemes. He must have plotted treason for months, years even. Yet I suspected nothing.
Don't be too hard on yourself, Your Grace.
Easily said. Ugh, if I'd only realized it in time.
Nilfgaard would have found a different traitor, or sent an assassin north. It was unavoidable what happened. The Blackclads would have attacked in any case, and we'd have stood no chance to defeat the foe in open battle, repel him, drive him out.
So, had you been there when the peers assembled, you also would have voted to bend the knee?
No. My honor would never have allowed it. I'd have thrown myself into the fire, and probably died a fool for it. As matters stand, I still have a chance to thwart the invader, his intentions. It seems, in a twisted turn of fate, I should be grateful to Caldwell.
I guess that's the way
it's time
to
I
see
attended
it,
to other matters.
Yeah. Okay, Gascon.
So, Gascon, the soldier's life, does it suit you?
About the same as the bandit's life did.
I beg your pardon?
The tents are cold, the food's shite. On the plus side, plenty to drink, most days. A skirmish here, a scuffle there. Nilfgaardians one day, elves the next, and whoever we rout, we rob of what they've got.
Requisition, you mean? Fully in accordance with the laws of war.
Oh, please. Save your excuses for your father confessor.
I mean, he's not wrong. Why do they call you the Duke of Dogs?
The Duke of Dogs? Whence the name?
Not certain I should tell you. It's a personal story, somewhat.
I insist.
So, thing is, I'm a werewolf of sorts.
Oh.
Did I hear werewolf?
Of sorts. You see, when the full moon glows in the night sky, I transform into a creature that's half man, half dachshund. And then all the other hounds of the night hearken to my command?
Of course. Yep.
Oh, forget I asked.
With pleasure.
Of course.
I can't stop wondering. How did your strays break into the tower in Lyria?
They exploited its chief weakness.
What weakness is that? I oversaw its construction myself. Walls 5 feet thick, bars and grates of the sturdiest iron.
All tremendous, I'm sure. But how much do you pay the guards?
What? I don't know. The garrison's commander is in charge of that.
Let me tell you then. Not much, Meve. Not much at all. From atop a throne, it's hard to spot the little things. Example, a guard hard up for coin, or one with ambitions. But seeing that's second nature to even the most ordinary bandit. Take any castle door. To open it, to open all, one needs but a pouch of gold.
Yeah, that works.
It's time I attended to other matters.
You just need
Farewell.
one guard who's like hard on cash and is willing to turn a blind eye. That's all.
How fare you, Rayla? The quartermaster, did he assign you a tent?
He tried.
Oh, and?
I refused it. Best to sleep beneath the stars. Little chance of a foe catching you off guard.
Okay, fair.
Rain accepted, perhaps.
I'm not made of sugar, ma'am. I'm not gonna melt.
How did you come to
One
join
sees
the
very
special
few women
forces?
in the ranks, let alone in the special forces. How did you come to join?
On merit. Proved I'd be of use.
Yes, well, naturally. But how exactly?
I was 15 when I went to enlist. But the sergeant in charge of signing folk up told me to scurry on home. So I proposed a wager. Arm wrestling. If I won, he'd let me join. If I lost, I'd pay him 100 crowns.
And that kind of coin? You had it?
No, so I had to win. As we sat down at the table across from each other, he laughed and rolled up his sleeve. When it was over, all around us were laughing at him. Then I just followed orders. Did so well enough to draw the king's attention.
Nice.
I must go. We'll speak.
I mean, that works. Just getting your position by arm wrestling. Makes sense. Okay, let's loot this place. So this is a new map entirely. So now we're going over here to, what's it called? I forgot what it's called, Rosberg. I imagine there won't be much recruiting along the way, but I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out.
Gods. The entire country up in flames.
Ebdahi warned punishment awaited Edern, that he would show the land no mercy.
What in God's names did you do to him, Rayla?
Nilfgaard offered us an alliance against the rest of the north, but Demavend declined, in his clipped soldier's speech. They say Ebdahi flew into a rage and swore he'd reduce Edern to rubble.
Well, I mean, they're trying. They're burning all the fields down. Okay, well, guess there's some monsters to fight. A modest hamlet was located just to the north of the Wayfarer's Beach. As Maeve's army approached, it became clear, even from afar, that the village had not been spared the carnage of war. Its dwellings appeared smashed and burned, and a rancid, smoky stench lingered in the air. Yet what of the villagers' fate? Alas, they were strewn on the earth at the center of the settlement, their bodies mutilated by the gnashing maws of carrion eaters, and the beasts had not strayed from their gory bounty. Well, I guess we murder the beasts. If in hand, deck, or on the battlefield, strengthen cells by 1 whenever an enemy or allied card is moved. Interesting. Let's do that. There's the neckers. Every turn on turn start, summon a necker on this row from your deck. Let's create a bronze card. What do we get? A Grey Rider. Ooh, that's a good one actually. Let's put that there. Okay. Alpha Wolf. For every wolf in your hand, boost self by 1, then damage a random enemy by 2. Repeat this ability whenever a wolf ally appears. Okay, that's pretty dangerous. Okay, let's do
Have it the white of an
this.
eye from half a league away.
And then hit you. There you go. Oh my god, so many neckers.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
Watch your heads!
Burn. Burn, Neckers. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Okay. 68. Jeez.
Greetings. What is it?
Oh my god. How do I even... How much damage will this do? So that's... God, how many units? So that's 3, 6, 8, 10, 14, 28, 32, 88 minus 32, it's 50. Oh god, okay, so we still need to... Okay, wait. Did I miscount something? Oh, some of them didn't have armor, right, that's why. I guess.
No time for that.
Sure. There we go. God. It's not the best. Let's start with the side
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn pins are killing me.
Okay. There's the Neckers again. God, this, and then get you back and set the row on fire. So do this.
I live to serve
and
you.
that. And turn. That's fine. Does that work? 'Cause it's... Is it not? It's not damage technically.
The chase is on!
Okay, well they're gonna run out of Neckers, at least. That's something. Oh. Never mind. They're just spawning more copies in. This is fine.
Thing about slings, they hide well.
That's... Does this work? Nope. Okay, fine. It did nothing. I mean, it's fine though, because we just destroy that. Play him.
And just when you thought things were about to get dull.
Pass. Okay. No. I mean, he's almost through his deck, is the thing. I don't know if they can...
There's a time to reap,
Can they
a
even
time to
win?
sow.
Consume that one. Oh, God. Okay, maybe they can. Okay. What else do they have? The wolves. So you gain 5, so 11 damage by 4, so 15. We'd be at 30 plus 13. There's a chance.
Company! Forward march!
Not a high chance though. Not a high chance at all. Okay. I was afraid I was gonna lose that, but no. We're fine. Father, the Black Clouds are advancing from the south. Fortifications along the border in Velkart and Luton have already fallen, and the devils are setting alight all else in their path. Take what you and Mom have of worth and go at once to Rosberg, to Uncle. You'll be safest there. I know what you're thinking. 60 years on your brow, 7 wars you've survived, and this one's no different, but it is, Papa. You must trust me, I beg you. Your Keller. Do you think they did leave? I hope they did, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like they might have been victims of the war. Oh, we can recruit here? Okay.
Any of you seen Nimoy? Was bound here from Iconford. Supposed to have arrived 3 days past.
I haven't seen anyone called Nimoy. I don't think. get some stuff, more recruits. Don't mind if I do. Hello.
The Lyrians arrived at an ancient, half-desiccated beach. Its trunk sat atop a tangle of thick roots, and scraps of paper covered with tiny scribblings fluttered over it from top to bottom. Travelers crowded all around. Barefoot refugees, bony pilgrims, peddlers with armored escorts, and shifty-eyed men with the haggard look of deserters.
The Wayfarer's Beach.
Rayla said.
Travellers of all sorts swap tales here. Perhaps we can glean something about our enemy's movements.
Or paint the enemy a clear picture of our own.
Gascon interrupted.
Nilfgaardian spies no doubt flock to this tree like flies to particularly pungent dung.
Approach it, bypass it, or send a scout. Let's send a scout.
Meve decided to proceed cautiously. She pitched camp in a nearby clearing and sent a scout dressed as a peddler to investigate the Wayfarer's Beach. Yet long hours passed with no sign of the soldier.
Gods be damned!
The Queen snarled.
Reynard, send some men to follow his tracks.
The Lyrians found the scout's body in the woods a few leagues from the Wayfarer's Beach. His corpse revealed clear signs of drawn-out, cruel torture. Meve could only hope he had managed to hold something back from his captors.
Maybe I should have just approached it. That's not great. That's not good at all. Okay. What about you? A traveling merchant has humbly invited you to browse his wares. He wishes to be rid of his stock as soon as possible. He's prepared to offer us a sizable discount. What if he buys from us, though? I mean, 320 wood is not bad. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see. What is around here? Not a whole lot. There's a puzzle, there's a point of interest, and then not much else. Does this lead somewhere? Ah, shrine. That is nice. Get our motivation up. Troops motivated, ready for battle.
Ravens are always trailing armies. Ravens and beasts.
Okay. Get some more wood and gold. And find our way through to somewhere. Oh.
Soon after entering Edirn, Meve ordered a halt. She wished to sit with Black Rayla and plan their onward march, for Rayla knew every path in the realm, including ones not drawn on any map. They were hard at work when shouts rang out among the tents.
One final time I shall say it. As your senior officer, I order you to depart the training grounds, or...
Or what? Pray tell, you'll have me drop and give you 50?
What is the meaning of this?
Your Grace, I had thought to use this interval to drill the recruits, teach them...
To walk.
To maneuver, Gascon. A world of difference. In perfect harmony must soldiers traverse the field of battle. Otherwise, they could break formation. The enemy would penetrate our lines, and our army could be slaughtered.
And therein lies the rub, dear Reynard. Army. This is no army, but a band of partisans. If we do not adapt to the rules of desperation, if we adhere instead to the Academy Codex, we shall lose. Laying traps, wiping tracks, that's what we should teach the lads. Not marching to the beat.
All my eye. A fighting force must have discipline. Otherwise, tactics and planning are impossible. A soldier must obey orders.
Oh god. Calm down, both of you. Don't get so upset, Renard. Show some respect, Gascon. So I'm pretty sure show some respect is not gonna do much at all. Don't get so upset. We'll just, well, upset Reynard. Really. Calm down, both of you. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's the best choice, really, without choosing sides here necessarily. I think they both have, like, they both have the right idea. But, like, there must be a middle ground of some
A point
some
on
kind.
which we all agree. And since they are mine to give, I order you both to calm yourselves at once. And never air your squabbles in front of the men again. Our resources are limited. We cannot do everything at once. Prepare your proposed plans for training the recruits, and I shall decide which we shall follow. Clear? Then get to work.
Okay. That works. Like, get them to have their plans ready, and then we can be like, okay, this seems good. Instead of them just squabbling about who or what. Welcome back, Zelda. I hope your lurk was good. Let's see. Got some loot over there. Another notice board thing. Oh. Inhabitants of Brumfell are hereby ordered to vacate the village by nightfall. Failure to comply will result in punishment of the highest order. Hail Kerzael. There. Duke Adol Ebdahi, Grand Chancellor, Commander of Army Group East. Well.
1 week we were to harvest, yet the fields are nothing but ash. Did our oats not suit the Emperor?
I mean, the Emperor just wants war. Hi Summit, how are you doing? Did you have a good Easter?
Your Grace.
Meave heard Reynard call out from behind her.
The scout's returned. Claims to bear an urgent message.
The Queen halted her horse and waited for the soldier to reach her. He abandoned all formalities and jumped straight to the point.
Milady, a black-clad caravan, armed to the hilt, rides this way. To believe the rumours, they're hauling a load of war loot back south.
Reynard gave the soldier new orders, then turned to Meave.
Sounds like a prime opportunity to replenish our coffers.
I mean, attack it, yeah. I'm not gonna let it pass. It's a good opportunity. But... God. I mean, what if it's a trap? Because the Nilfgaardians have a lot of spies and things like that, right? So what if this guy is just telling us about this caravan only to have us fall into a trap? I guess, you know what? It's worth it.
Indeed. An opportunity we cannot ignore.
The Queen said.
Your unit will block their path. Gascon and his men will hide in the woods and strike their flanks, while I shut the trap, attacking from behind.
Their plan established, Meave gave the signal.
Upon realizing they could not avoid a fight, the Nilfgaardians stopped their wagons. Not all of them, however, took to defensive formations. One soldier remained with each cart. They stood with backs to their attackers, their eyes trained on the cargo. What mysteries hid these wagons? What treasure so precious to abandon self-defense in the midst of battles? Hint: expose the trap. Special rules, shorten battle. I mean, it must be a trap, right? The way this is written. Mark units. I don't need to cite them. This one works. Okay. Let's do that.
We must drive them into the ambush! Follow me!
Whenever this unit takes damage, move it one position to the right. Death Wish, Meave loses the battle. Okay, so I don't want the caravan to die. Scon's ambush. Trigger an ambush when we move a caravan next to this card. Okay, so basically I need to move this next to Gascon's ambush without killing it. Interesting. Ooh, order damage an enemy by 3, charges 2, whenever an ally is destroyed, gain 1 charge. Damage a unit by 4, if it was destroyed, repeat this ability. I think this thing. You know? Fire. Fire.
Life is mine now.
Okay. Oh, actually. What if I just...
Bigger they are,
boop, boop,
easier
boop.
they are to target.
Oh, they're immobile. Right, they can't be moved. Ow. That would have been too easy, wouldn't it? Oh well.
Wise choice.
Let's get an infiltrator here.
No time for that.
Nilfgaard!
Bear. Bear time. Okay, what if I just set this row on fire?
Hurt.
Okay.
If anyone asks, you've not seen me.
There you go.
We're close, Your Grace.
The fireworks. Just set the caravan on fire and easy. It does.
Off to the front yet again.
That's fine. Then we damage it again and spring the
Sure
trap.
took your time. Thought you'd forgotten about me.
Now!
Ah, okay. Why won't we
Watch
set
your
this row on
heads.
fire as well? You know, just burn it all to the ground.
The Commissar will hear.
Okay. That works.
Scheiß in Trey!
Yeah, yeah!
I like that the whole battlefield is just on fire now.
Off to the front yet again.
We'll catch 'em
Let's
all!
mark you. Can order to get these, I guess. Oh, they don't have anything left. Okay.
The chase is on!
So we're just whittling them down. We've actually won. But... okay, so we can... I don't think destroying the highest ally is good. Okay, that actually didn't work at all.
Coin never stinks, no matter how rank the pouch.
Just pass.
The caravan is ours, milady.
There we go. Easy.
Their plan ended in success, the Nilfgaardians crushed. As soon as the dust had settled, Neve tore the canvas off the nearby wagons to see what precious loot they had so carefully guarded. She expected to find gold, jewels, or exquisite silks. Instead, she saw dirty, terrified figures bound in chains.
Slaves,
Reynard muttered.
Their precious cargo. Slaves. Behold the glorious future the Empire brings us.
Neve ordered the prisoners freed and discovered they were Edirnian peasants on their way to dig canals and dredge swamps as forced laborers.
You are free. You can return to your homes.
The Queen said. If she expected words of thanks and gratitude, she was in for a disappointment.
What homes, milady?
Asked one of the peasants, holding back tears.
Took our land, they did. Nothing we have now. Not a rag to wear, not a crumb to eat. Leave us, we die. Soldiers don't do us in, monsters will. Assuming hunger and cold don't get us first.
The Queen was about to answer when she heard Gascon, standing behind her, whisper,
Before you make any rash promises, please, some maths. Dozens of hungry mouths to feed, and weak bodies to defend, twice as many tired legs to wait for, while war rages all around. You do realize you cannot save everyone.
Oh god. Oh jeez. Why, game? Like I want to help them, but I can't exactly. Ugh. Like it would make the war effort more difficult. But I can't just leave them to their fate.
I attacked this caravan hoping to fill my coffers.
The Queen said.
Instead, I have only secured a new drain upon them. But very well. In these ill times, we Northerners must help our own. Women and children in the wagons. The men shall march alongside to the rear. I warn you, if you cannot keep pace, we shall leave you by the roadside. Move out!
The Queen's gaze momentarily caught the eyes of an old woman her soldiers were helping onto a wagon. Tears of gratitude poured down her soot-stained face, across hard lines left by years of destructive toil. Meve was convinced she had done the right thing.
I mean, it is the right thing to do. But whether or not it's a good, like a helpful thing to do for like the actual war in the end, that remains to be seen. Okay. Well, made it to some kind of town that the Nilfgaardians have occupied, it looks like.
As Meve neared Gatburg, her eyes were drawn at once to the black pennants flying over its palisades. Nilfgaard's pennants. Her scouts found the city's buildings intact, its streets unstained by blood. Black-clad soldiers could be seen guarding storehouses holding loot pillaged from nearby settlements. Curiously, these soldiers were very few in number.
The gates stand open. Clearly the Imperials expect no attack, giving us the element of surprise. We can take back the city and
make off with the gold.
Gascon finished.
It's so clearly the Nilfgaardians were just let in. Because if they weren't, they would have had more damage to the town or stuff like that. So attacking the city, oh god, would give us money, but it might be problematic for the people living in there, right? That didn't necessarily want a Nilfgaardian occupation, but I don't know, it's a difficult one. I think we'll attack the city.
Meve hated Nilfgaard and needed gold to maintain her army. Two very good reasons to attack Gatburg. Her decision made, she ordered her men to prepare for battle. Now the invaders would have to try their hand at defending.
Larven! Essay to nothing!
The queen had feared her soldiers would not court death for the sake of an Edirnian city. After all, why risk one's neck for a neighbor's home when you have yet to reclaim your own? Nonetheless, Meve's infantry fought ferociously, never breaking, in the face of Nilfgaard's onslaught. The trifling differences among Lyrians, Temerians, and Kedwanis no longer mattered. Ultimately, they were people of the north, and they must answer each other's call. Okay. What are we expecting here? High cards, so strengthen all allies by 1 is an order. Okay. Gascon. I feel like we don't need this many of them. Yeah, we'll get a slinger instead. This is good.
They feel at home here, the Nilfgaardians. Let's show them they're wrong.
Oh. 101, 102, 103.
Okay. Let's start off by okay, let's do this.
Oh. 152, 154.
Okay.
Order!
No signs of fighting. These Horsons must have opened the gates for the Blacklads.
Well, yeah, that's what I said earlier. That's not actually gonna help, is it? This. You got it working? Oh, nice, Jaeger. I'm glad.
Life is mine now. Shh, cock it.
Oh.
Wise choice.
Okay. New SSDs in now, and you have a smooth running PC once more. Nice. Okay, what are you planning now?
Notice! All roads lead to Nilfgaard.
When an ally is destroyed, this unit loses 25% of its current power. I see.
Ever have a storm knock out one of your teeth?
Hi Dethos. Welcome. Good morning.
That was not in the spellbooks.
Oh, this is not going well at all.
We'll catch them all! Oh.
Okay.
Off to the front yet again.
Ow. Transform a damaged unit into a bear. Bear time. It doesn't really help me, but bear time.
Quiet, or the commissar will hear.
We're really in a bad position.
Get our asses moving.
And destroy you. And then hit you.
Scheiß in Trey!
Nothing personal, I assure you.
Okay. That's bad. GG. They placed the card in between. Otherwise I would have won, but... Of course they didn't let that happen. Fine, whatever. That works.
They feel at home here, the
These
Nilfgaardians.
are...
Let's show them they're wrong.
101, 102, 103.
Fruits. Let's start with this. Horse Thief. Mark a unit after 3 turns and turn start. Switch its power with this unit's power. Huh. Or we can get the War Wagon, which is very nice. I think we get the War Wagon plus. Honestly.
Ah. 152, 154.
And then we hit you. And okay. These guys are very annoying.
No signs of fighting. These Horsens must have opened the gates for the Blacklads.
Move 2 cards to the other row. Won't be enough damage though. I guess we can still do that.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
Because it does help.
Life is mine now.
Let's see.
Thing about slings, they hide well.
Like that. Oh, these guys.
Wise choice.
Just keep shooting. Ow. I can't. Don't want to do that yet. I can transform you into a bear. That helps. Somewhat.
Praise be to the great sun!
Okay. So this guy. I can't really use the infiltrator because I'm pretty sure they will just put something in between. But I can try nonetheless.
Got a job to do.
What's the ability of those 2 strength units? They can move. They can move to the other row. Same with the banner. But if they die, they damage an enemy by 6. And moving them does work. It helps Gascon get extra powerful. But there's not really a need for me to. I guess I might as well. Why not? Do they place a card in between?
That was
they
not
don't.
spell books.
Oh, that's a mistake. That's a big mistake right there.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
Because now... Wait. What do you mean?
Off to the front yet again.
Cannot be manually targeted, but it's not targeted though. Why did that not work? I wanted to get his power. Immune doesn't say that it's immune to the spying thing. I can't target it with abilities or anything, but it doesn't mean I can't just put something next to it, right? And because I still can target it with AoE attacks and stuff, so why would this not work? Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, exactly. It's not targeted. I didn't target him. I just placed it next to him. If he had put something else in front, then he could have stopped it anyway, but he didn't. Last time he did, I thought that was what stopped him, but now it's even worse. Because he didn't even gain anything. That sucks. What do I have? I just have the cavalry. Really doesn't do much. I guess we can just flood the board with stuff.
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
We'll catch 'em all!
Because why not? If they just were to shoot my light infantry, they would damage themselves a lot, but they don't do that, sadly. Unless there's nothing else to target.
Greetings. What is it?
Sure. Like, we're not in a terrible position, it's just this one card.
Ah, scheiß in zwei.
There's not much I can do here.
And just when you thought things were about to get dull.
Yeah, I mean, of course he just passes, because he wins. Stupid Nilfgaardians. Yeah, the arson is the stray bomber. I didn't get them earlier. They are very useful. Okay. This is fine. Like, Rayla is pretty good here.
They feel at home here, the Nilfgaardians. Let's show them they're wrong.
Enough chit-chat. Draw your weapon.
Scrubbing duty again? Oh, gods.
Okay. What have we got? Pick a card. I think we're just gonna get the cavalry involved.
We'll catch them all! The chase is on!
I just damage him. There you go.
New orders?
I could have probably waited with that until the second one came in.
No
but...
signs of fighting. These horses
yeah, I
must
know,
have opened the
Rayla.
gates for the black lads.
I know, you just said this earlier. Play the top unit from your deck. If it was a blitz unit, repeat this ability. Ooh. That's fancy. I like that. Because I have a lot of... So these are all blitz. This is blitz. This is blitz. This is blitz. So there's a pretty good chance. It's not 100%, but it's a pretty good chance.
Order!
Ah, so sad. Okay. Well, that's fine.
Go, pop, pop.
And let's see. Mark that one. Is Pokemon Scarlet Violet a fun game? I enjoyed it, at least. I don't know. Like, it doesn't have... it definitely has its problems, its fair share of issues, but I really enjoyed it when I played it. But it's... yeah, personal, I think. It's because... I mean, I like Pokemon just in general, so... I'm not sure if I'm the right person to say anything. But I really liked it, yeah. Okay, my infiltrator's back.
Wise choice.
Okay, that's fine. We can get him back.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
There. What next?
Notice! All roads lead to
There it is.
Nilfgaard.
Okay, that's actually really good. Because this one is about to die. And immediately loses a bunch of power. Then we set this row ablaze, which will then cause a lot more damage in the long run. We hit these.
That was not in the spell books.
Okay. That's fine. Transform a damage unit into a bear. There you go. Bear time. Okay, what now? What are you gonna do?
Scheiß in Tay!
Okay. One down. Took him down a peg again. Then
Thing about slings,
you guys,
they
the
hide
fire
well.
is lovely this time of year. Just come over there and there you go. We should have this, I think.
Off to the front yet again.
It depends. These guys are very annoying. But with him losing so much power... Okay, destroy the highest ally, which would be the infiltrator now. And we get the drummer, which wouldn't be bad, necessarily. Dependent on what we get, because he's 5. I think we'll be okay. So we get both back, actually. So we can get the drummer there.
Again and again and again.
Oh, actually, does that... Oh, that doesn't help, does it? Actually. Hi, Woodward. Guess what? I mean, guess what? I know you're on holiday. Puss Puss. How are you doing? Puss Puss. To you as well. I hope you are having a wonderful holiday so far. Okay, this is not gonna work, is it? I think I did I made a mistake here. So you're just gonna pause? Yeah, I think I made a mistake. Okay, the fire definitely works. I think I don't need the infiltrators. Alchemist, maybe. Yeah, I'll take this.
They feel at home here, the Nilfgaardians. Let's show them they're wrong.
Oh no, Zelda, too protective. Let's see.
For Demavend!
Here we go.
New orders? No?
Okay. Elf and onion soup. Ooh, pitfall trap. I like the pitfall trap. Yeah, let's get the pitfall trap. Let's put it right there. There you go. Who doesn't like a pitfall? Okay, and then fire? Why not?
This could hurt.
Fire.
Must be an important lesson in this. But what?
No signs of fighting. These Horsens must have opened the gates for the Blacklads.
There you go. And then fire.
Watch your heads.
Burn this entire field to the ground.
Order.
Okay. You mark this.
is mine now.
Okay. You then also mark that.
Wise choice.
Okay. Slingers.
Ever have a storm knock out one of your teeth?
Get those. One down.
Order will triumph. It must triumph.
Okay. One down. Then guess just
I've hit the white of an eye from half a league away.
get those.
Of course, as you wish, master.
I mean, so far so good. Destroy the highest ally, play 2 allies from the graveyard. So that would be Rayla. But that's fine. That's fine. We get Rayla back and then get another bomber.
Enough chit-chat. Draw your weapon.
I can't stack fire upon fire, I don't think, but whatever. Just, there you go. More fire.
Commissar will hear.
Okay. Now what do we got here? So foot soldiers are the problem here. Arca units, no. I mean, this wouldn't be bad.
Discipline shall bring us
Because it
victory.
immediately allows us to do it again. And then we can get... Let's get a slinger.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
There you go. Hit you.
If anyone asks, you've not seen me.
Oh. Ah, Scheiß! In tray!
I don't think there's a way they actually win this, is there? They need to get 50 points. And their field is on fire. With the pitfall trap there. I feel like... I can't pass, well whatever, just destroy that card. There you go.
Off to the front yet again.
Ooh, fancy card, but not enough.
Your Majesty.
Not enough. So yeah, the best way to win battles, just set the field aflame.
The Battle
apparently.
of Gatburg ended in Maeve's victory, much to its inhabitants' displeasure. While she examined the Nilfgaardian storehouses, the city's mayor, an elderly gentleman with a walrus moustache, requested a private audience.
Your Grace, I am old. Kill me, you'll merely save my gout the trouble. So I'll be frank. You've but few men. You'll not spare a one to defend the city. When you ride off, the Imperials will retake Gatburg.
peer into their looted storehouses and seek revenge. You will be far off, while we shall be oh so terribly near.
The old man creaked down onto his knees and gripped the hem of the Queen's coat with knobby fingers.
Your Majesty, I beg you, leave the gold, or the streets of Gatbug will flow with the blood of our women and children.
Niamh contemplated what to make of the fellow. Should he be praised for his forethought and concern for his townsmen, or condemned for cowardice and insolence? Black Rayla, however, had no such doubts.
Traitors all. Small wonder the town's untouched. Must have opened the gates wide for the southern scum. Now they want us to let them fill their pockets with plundered gold.
Oh, God. I mean, they did just let the... They just let the Nilfgaardians in. And now he's like, oh no, you're taking the gold that the Nilfgaardians plundered, and now they're gonna retake our town and see that the gold is gone and blame us. It's like, well, that's not our fault though. Like, you let them in the first place. If you hadn't let them in, then, I mean, the same would have happened. So, it's, God. Or maybe not, but like, either way, it's bad, right? Leaving the gold there, they're still going to be occupied. And the Nilfgaardians will have the gold. If I take the gold, we'll have the gold be able to pay for more people to win the war eventually. And sure, the village will suffer for it, but in the end, like, we can't really not do it. It's the gold that the Nilfgaardians plundered in the first place.
After a moment's hesitation, Niamh had her soldiers load the stolen gold onto their wagons.
As you pointed out, Mayor, my army is small, which is why I need gold to expand it.
The mayor said nothing. He bowed to the Queen, then hobbled off, leaning heavily on his cane, as if this short exchange had cost him years of life.
Okay. Tales of Innocence exists, by the way. It's on Nintendo DS, but only in Japan. I see, okay. Every film has a tale of innocence to excuse themselves. But there's a remake on the PS Vita, which is Japan exclusive as well. Yeah, I feel like a lot of like Tales of games and just games of Japanese make tend to be Japan exclusive if they don't think it will sell well in the West. What a tangent to go on, yes. But it works, it's fine. The guy would probably leave no gold for town folks anyway. Yeah, probably not. Let's see, Nilfgaardian letter. To Senior Censor Berwin ap Clanage from Sergeant Dilwyn and Aleri. As ordered, I have acquired 30 live Nordlings, Adernian provenance. Breakdown as follows: 13 males, 7 females, 5 elders, 5 children. Suitability of elders for labor will be determined at camp. If the verdict is negative, they shall be removed from the convoy. Long live the Emperor. God, I hate the Empire so much. Like, treating people like livestock is just such a gross thing. Let's see, training grounds 2. Or we increase the recruit cap, could be good. Yeah, increase the recruit cap. Meaning we can have some more units in there. There you go. We can even have some more if I want to craft some. The Wagenburg is quite nice, but I don't know how well it will work. So we have the Scytheman. Actually, Lyrian Pathfinder is quite nice. Can I make that? Yes, I can. Clear all row effects from your side. After 3 turns, on turn start, draw the top card from your deck. Very nice, very fancy. We can get 2 of those. Having card draw in a game like this is very important. Okay. So there's some loot I missed apparently in the town. I can't believe I missed loot. Anything else around? It doesn't look like it.
Gatburg opened its gates to the Black Lads. Surrendered without a fight. They take the young and strong.
Yeah, especially if you know.
Just a way past.
Especially if you know that the Nilfgaardians or anyone really takes slaves and
not even the
like
bodies.
treats the people like shit. Why would you ever just let them in? I guess because they're afraid, but like afraid of what? That they'll God. Like either they take it by force or you give it to them and then be sorry anyway. Like either way people are gonna suffer. So why not give them at least a little bit of resistance? Probably rather be dead than slave anyway. My queen, the inhabitants of this dwelling have given shelter to a wounded Nilfgaardian. The landlord said he found him in the field, bleeding and raving deliriously. He decided he couldn't leave the man in such a sorry state, so he invited him into his home. Our soldiers are outraged. They say we must finish off our enemies, not give them a new life. Oh god. If it's a wounded Nilfgaardian that's just raving deliriously. Like I can just, apparently the options are to just murder him, which will improve the morale. Offer the guy some coin, which will reduce their morale, or just leave. But like, even if this technically for the morale is the right option, it doesn't feel good. And I don't want to do it, so I'm just gonna leave. I don't know actually, because I can give him money, but that's the thing is, it would reduce morale and will reduce my coin. So why would I? What do I gain out of it? Exactly. I don't know. Do I want to do something with that? We can get morale back up. You know what? Didn't do anything. Ugh. Okay, I probably should have just left then. If I had gained anything out of that other than just like, well, that was very kind of you. then that would have been nice, but no. Also, there's a lot of fire here. Oh, okay, there's an elemental of some kind. Hello? Though humankind has harnessed the power of fire, there remains a deep primal fear of it, and rightly so, for when this element spirals out of control, the consequences can prove catastrophic. I refer not to a wildfire, no, but something far, far worse. Place both elementals on the same row and make their power equal. Thank you for the hydrate, Zelda. Okay, so we got a custom deck for this. So what are we facing here? Absorptive elemental and incendiary elemental. So I need to make their power equal. After 2 turns on turn start, absorb the fire on the opposite row and double this unit's power. Whenever this unit takes damage, move to other row. After 2 turns on turn start, spawn fire on opposite row, then halve this unit's power. Whenever this unit takes damage, move to the other row. Okay. Interesting. So we'll start with that. Get you back. Right.
1 gold.
Okay. So now there's 6 and 12. Wait, doesn't this just...
Again and again and again.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that works, I guess. I had more cards to play, but I guess that works. Dazbog Runestone. I was expecting that to be a lot more difficult than it was. Damage a unit by 1. Use this ability 8 times. Interesting. So a combined damage of 8, but because it's all singular ones, I guess there's some units that would trigger abilities off that, maybe? Not sure. I don't think I want it right now. Can grab some loot though. Your Majesty, our reconnaissance has confirmed eyewitness reports. Disturbances in elemental equilibrium near places of power have resulted in the sudden appearance of fire elementals. This may be the handiwork of our enemy, a part of their strategy. I will attempt to restrain the creatures before the situation gets out of control. I await further orders. So they think the Nilfgaardians have summoned elementals to burn down fields?
The earth furrowed by wheels, hooves. The Black Clouds went at Rosberg with all their strength. An ominous sign.
For Nilfgaard, I'd say. The fortress boasts 2 new towers, a deeper moat, gate of wrought iron. It cannot be taken.
I mean, she's very sure of that. I am not. Like, she's like, it cannot be taken. It's too strong. Like, nah. I don't know if you can be so certain. Contrary to popular belief, Neckers are very intelligent creatures, at least intelligent enough to recognize the strategic importance of an abandoned Nilfgaardian camp. These beasts had found a new lair, well protected by a palisade, only they gave no thought to closing the gate. They tried, you know? Sometimes you forget to close the gates. It happens. That seems good. They were born in a barn. They were. Though I don't actually know how Neckers are born. Are Neckers just... I don't know. Like, are they? Do they just? I don't know. Let's create a card. Oh, let's see. Loyal, gain 1 charge. Order, damage an enemy and all enemies with the same power by 1. This actually works really well with my power that I currently have, which basically does the same but by 4 instead. Give 1 charge to the card on the right. Damage a unit by the number of cards on this row, including self. It's a Arbalest plus, but I don't really see what's the plus about it. I think it has slightly more power, but barely. I think we're going for this. What is Zeal actually? I guess we'll find out. Zeal. An order ability can be used on the same turn the card is placed on the battlefield. Oh, fancy. Okay, so I could have just done that, but I think considering these just start spawning more, I'll leave it for now. Every turn on turn end boosts self by 1 if impenetrable. I can't talk. If impenetrable fog is on the battlefield, when this unit's power surpasses 6, spawn a foglet only once. But there's no impenetrable fog, at least not right now. Plus I can remove it with the Pathfinder. So... I'll just do this, move you around a bit. Okay, and then do that, do that, boom, easy. Okay, there's impenetrable fog, but we can just clear it.
Sod it.
No problem.
Sod it all.
Okay. They passed. Wow. Okay. Then. What do I do here? I guess just... Oh, I can't. Oh, shit. Okay. That didn't do enough. Still need to place something. Ugh. I don't want to place Gascon, so I think... Let's do the Alchemist.
Greetings. What is it?
Doesn't really matter. There we go. Okay. 1 round 1. Then, let's see. I mean, this one I want to keep. Same with the bomber. The medic might be good as well. I think this is a fine hand. There's not much that I would like to replace, except maybe this. To get another slinger. And then let's get the medic.
Tell me you jest.
Alchemist. Oh, okay, well.
If anyone asks, you've not seen me.
Would have been better off with something else, but that's fine. Strays cavalry.
The chase is on!
Get you.
You mad? Don't shake that!
Burn them all.
Ever have a storm knock out one of your teeth?
There you go. Highest ally play 2 allies from your graveyard. Yeah. Let's do that. Oh, Orca! Thank you so much for the raids. Fictional, Warded, welcome. How was your stream? Let me give you a shout out. I don't know if Aura's still here. Oh, there you go. Darkside Detective. Oh, nice. I do like Darkside Detective. How did you find it? I don't know if I've played the Fumble in the Dark. Is that the same one? I think I recall it being quite good, but I don't know if I'm thinking of the right game. It might be different. I hope you had a good time. We are playing some Thronebreaker, which is basically Witcher 3 Gwent, but different, plus it being a like storyline of sorts, which plays out in the like north of the land, which is mostly Rivia and something else. I forget the names. But we are the queen of those lands, and Nilfgaardian forces are invading, and we're stopping them. But in the meantime, there's also like monsters about and things like that, and we're just playing cards with them because, of course, that's what you do. But yeah, I hope everyone had a good time at the workers, and if you need to, you know, get some drinks and stuff like that, then of course go right ahead. I will be here. Let me see. Gain a charge, damage enemies. So I can get 2. I think we want the Pathfinders. Because the Pathfinders can, well, for one, dispel this.
Don't like this.
And also draw cards for me, so I'm less at a disadvantage with them having so many things flooding the board. At least their field is on fire, so they're having some issues with that. Layla. Get in there.
Enough chit-chat. Draw your weapon.
Okay. Then we transform the alchemist into a bear, as you do. Very standard stuff. And let's damage these. Boom. And then hopefully a lot of them will burn to death. Okay. Do any of you have charges? Oh, you do, right. Okay. Okay, so we can do... We can set another row on fire.
This could hurt.
Because why not?
Her Majesty
We'll
is
send you in with
exceptional.
another card. Let's grab probably the slingers, actually. Yeah.
Have it the white of an eye from half a league away.
I don't know about these. There you go.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
Got you. Okay. That's okay. Oh god, okay.
This house.
Those rot fiends need to die.
Black-clad heads.
Jeez, okay. I don't think I can kill them. They've already paused. I need what? 28. I get 22 from Gascon and then I think I can.
Coin never stinks, no matter how rank the pouch.
I think I can just. Doesn't really matter what I damage here. Actually, does this 5? I think this actually does the most, doesn't it? 5. Yeah. There you go. Victory! Victory was assured. We done did it. And there's a chest here as well. But it's locked. How dare they lock a chest? Aren't chests there just to be looted? Why would you lock them? It just makes it more difficult to loot. Ah. You charlatans are about to begin the amputation. They say I have a chance to pull through, but as with such things, nothing is for certain, especially as I woke this morn to discover gangrene had set in. Hence the reason I write you now. If you are reading this, it means I did not survive. First and foremost, raise a glass in my honor, then make for the trebuchets on the other side of the camp. Between them you'll find some trinkets from Rosberg. I had planned to return for them myself, but it seems the great sun's grace no longer shines upon me. May you emerge from this war in one piece. Igit. Well, thank you very much for the treasure. And I'm sorry that you died, I guess. There's not much I can say to that person, can I? Ooh. Gascon Plus in the multiplayer game. Not that I'll ever play the multiplayer card game, but it's nice to have it nonetheless. What can we do? Workshop, just increase movement. I don't really need that. I don't really need that at all. Okay. So everything is on fire. It's not looking good.
Sadly, it was Rayla who met with surprise. 100-yard gap gaped in the unbreachable walls of Rosberg. The fortress itself was aflame, spewing black smoke into the sky.
I don't... How? It can't be!
There was no time to consider her question, for Nilfgaardian scouts had spotted Meave's company. The Queen knew battle was inevitable, so she gave the signal to form a defensive line, then drew her blade.
Ah yes, the impenetrable fort that was immediately penetrated. Okay. At Rosberg, Meave realized Nilfgaard had not started this war simply to draw more favorable political boundaries, nor to shift the continent's balance of power, but to burn the north to the ground and build a new Nilfgaardian-dominated world atop the ashes. Thus, the Lyrians were not fighting for honor nor spoils, but for survival. Prevent the scouts from calling reinforcements. Okay. Sounds good. I think we can do that. Let's see. We don't need you. The bombers are great. Cavalry is nice. Slingers are good. Don't really need you right now. This is nice. Infiltrator might be good, but I don't know how good, so let's not.
Your Grace, Nilfgaardian fighters remain in the city.
Okay. After 4 turns on turn start, summon reserve units. Deathwish increased their timer by 2. Every turn on turn start, reduce timer by 1. When timer expires, draw cards until hand is full. Okay. Okay. Well, that is easy enough.
Thing about slings, they hide well.
Get wrecked.
Now, how did that incantation go?
Okay. Let's mark you. So now it's 8 turns until they get that, which they wouldn't.
Bloody Horsons.
They won't actually
They'll pay
make
for
it
this.
with the amount of cards they have, so that's great. Let's create a card. You can get a war wagon. There we go. Oh god, I hate these foot soldiers, they're so annoying. Do some damage there.
Scheiß in Trey!
Just in here, just the soup. We can damage them, but I don't know if that's worth it. We can do this. Have a good lurk, Zelda, and enjoy the rest of your day.
I refuse to believe it. The king could not have died here.
I mean, surely the king isn't dead. Surely not. Okay, time to set this world on fire.
Off to the front yet again.
Okay.
Sorry.
Got the Pathfinder in there. Do they have more foot soldiers? Oh, damn it, they do. But why? Okay, can't do that. I can't do that. Let's try to help with the, okay, just do that. Right. Shit. So now I could do the transform damaged enemy into bear thing. But it's too late. Oh. Oh, that sucks. Okay.
Tell me you jest.
No, not. Oh.
What do you want of me?
It doesn't help. It doesn't help. No, now they get the. Oh. I mean, they've already passed though, so they can't play them. Means technically. We win.
Storm knock out one of your
Watch for Demoven's banners! If he's here, we must find him!
That works, I guess. The Battle of Attrition.
The Lyrians met one note of luck in this song of woe. Rosberg had fallen, yes, but the Nilfgaardians, not expecting reinforcements from the south, had stationed only a small detachment to hold it. Meve led her men to victory and retook the fortress. Or rather, what was left of it. What they did not demolish during their assault, the Nilfgaardians burnt once inside the city. Countless charred corpses of both defenders and peasants seeking shelter from the invaders lay among the blackened ruins. Some had tried to shield their children from the fire with their own bodies. To no avail.
Gods be damned!
The queen cried, pounding her fist against the wall. Meve was about to give the order to move on when she caught a stifled whimper coming from a pile of rubble. Her soldiers ran to the rescue, their bare hands digging through the fiery bricks.
Here! He's alive!
The man they pulled from the ruins had suffered horrible burns. His face was a stew of seared flesh and pus-filled boils, and he reeked of burnt meat. Seeing
What a
Black
description.
Rayla, the poor soul staggered to his feet and lifted a shaking hand in salute.
Engineer Lieutenant Xavier Lemons, reporting for duty.
Jeez, man, calm down. Your face is not in good shape. You don't have to be formal.
Medic! Send for a medic!
Lemons! What the devil's happened?
I know not. The East Tower. I led the defense. Heating oil to tan Nilfgaardian hides. A catapult struck. The cauldron tipped. Burst into flames. The rest, I cannot say.
Oh, jeez.
The fortress fell.
Fell? Damned Scoia'tael.
What was that?
Our preparations were perfect. A month, 2 we could have lasted, but traitors were among us. Elves, dwarves. Planted charges on the buttresses. An explosion shook the tower, a hole gaped in the wall. Our men threw themselves in, filling the breach.
Vermin, filthy, rotten vermin.
I know you suffer, soldier, but Queen Maeve wishes to meet with your sovereign, Demavend. We must know what's become of him.
Gone, luckily. He oversaw the preparations, then returned to Aldersburg. 3 days past.
Then let us do the same. Reynard, prepare our departure.
Hold your grace. Did anyone survive? Anyone at all?
I fear not, but the Nilfgaardians might have taken prisoners, I guess. I don't...
The Nilfgaardians might have taken prisoners. There's hope.
How could they? An entire detachment? An entire city? The animals.
Soldier, my medics will tend to you as best they can. Then we can escort you home if...
This is my home, your grace. Rosberg. I beg you, let me join your company. Let me exact revenge.
I respect your fighting spirit, good man. But in your state...
Your grace, I can hold neither shield nor sword, but I can still fight in my own way. I'm an engineer. I build siege towers, ballistae, bridges, whatever you wish. I pray, grant me a chance.
I mean, we could use an engineer, I'm pretty sure.
Such pain, such ferocity resounded in Xavier's rasping, distorted voice that Maeve could not refuse his plea. Once the medics had bandaged his wounds, Maeve's men set out towards Aldersburg, following Demavend and the Nilfgaardians. At one point in their journey, Black Rayla rode up next to Maeve. The warrior's lips were a thin line, bitten to blood.
There he is. But he looks like a ghoul from, like, Fallout.
Milady, the road to Aldersburg leads through Moulderwood, where Eldane's Scoia'tael prowl. Same filth who killed my men and delivered Rosberg to the Black Butchers.
Rayla breathed deeply to steady her furious, shaking voice.
Please, milady, I ask you upon the holies, let us find them and destroy them.
Maeve gave a slight nod. It seemed the road to Aldersburg would prove long and full of challenges.
Yeah, that's not an easy thing. So all the way through here, and then there's the main quest. Okay. Let's see what our new cards are. Well, new card, I guess. Xavier. Choose a card with order and give it a charge. 2 charges. Ooh, that's a pretty pretty good card overall. Let me see. What can I don't think I need another alchemist. Let's get the alchemist out of there and put you in. No, he's 11. Oh no, wait. Yeah, he's 11. Oh shit. Okay, wait. Alchemist is 8. So we need 9. I guess that works. Fresh reports indicate elf named Eldane commands powerful force in Moulderwood. Numbers equal or exceed your majesty's company. Extreme caution advised. Eldane's background. Assimilated merchant operating in the Goulet area. Radicalized after family killed in 1246 pogrom. Eyewitnesses state Eldain cannot be trusted. He honors no pact and never keeps his word. Well, doesn't seem like a nice person.
Yes?
Tell me more about Eldain.
This Eldain. Could you tell me about him?
He should hang.
I'd hoped to hear advice that will be useful to us in battle.
First of all, you can't rightly trust the bastard. He doesn't respect our laws, doesn't share our morals. The king once dispatched an envoy to Eldain, despite my advice to the contrary. Found the envoy the next day, eyes gouged out, shaft of his white flag jammed down his throat.
So, diplomacy's clearly not the wisest course. But what of battle? What tactics does he employ?
Like all elves, he's a worm. Avoids open confrontation, sets ambushes, attacks from the shadows, from midst the trees. It would be best to burn this whole forest to the ground, deprive him and his folk of cover, any place to hide.
Sounds rather drastic. Like tossing the babe out with the bath.
Believe me, they'd not hesitate to do the same to us. Not for a moment.
Seeing Adern in flames, that was hard.
Rayla, how are you holding up?
Not certain I understand what you mean.
All Edern is aflame. Nilfgaard's banners fly over its cities. Don't tell me you're not troubled.
Of course I'm troubled. I stationed at Rosberg for 5 years. Knew all on the crew there by name. But that's war. That's its nature. No sense bemoaning it.
I see. Just know if ever you wish to talk.
That's just
won't.
war. Yeah.
I do appreciate your
just war,
concern, ma'am.
You know. I kind of get
go.
it, but at the
We'll
same
speak
time,
later.
oof. Oof.
Your Majesty, I've been meaning to thank you for allowing me to join your ranks.
Morty, welcome. How are you doing? Hope you had a good Easter.
Certainly, Xavier. I welcome all foes of Nilfgaard to march beneath my banner. But what did the field surgeon say? Have you not resumed work too soon?
I've strength enough to wield a hammer, though my scars still burn, and fiercely so. My lady, I've seen folk turn and frown at the very sight of me. If my appearance disgusts you, I can...
Nonsense. The Nilfgaardians, not you, should be ashamed. You've no reason to hide, no reason to cower.
Thank you, my lady. It means a great deal to hear that.
You're well, nice. I'm doing well too, yeah. I've been a little bit tired and had a headache yesterday, but I've recovered from that, so it's been nice. You're currently consuming one of the Easter eggs you got. Nice. Nice. Oh. I'm tempted to get some chocolate tomorrow at the store. Because I did have some at my parents', but I don't really have any in the house currently. But it does get, like, I don't do... I guess with me eating some chocolate at my parents', you get the taste for it and you're like, oh yeah, I could get some chocolate myself. And just eat that at home. Chocolate is too good. I can't put it down. Tell me something more about
You've
yourself.
long served in King Demoven's army, haven't you?
Yes, Your Grace.
Why enlist at all? What prompted you to do so?
The king needed engineers. I answered the call.
That's okay, yeah. It's
not terribly talkative, are you?
Every time you tune into one of my streams, you always see me play games you never knew existed. I mean, I do tend to play a lot of different games, and sometimes they're known, sometimes not. They can be very obscure. This one isn't too obscure because it is the Witcher franchise, but I can imagine that not everyone knew that there was a like Gwen's standalone game with its own story. It's quite good though. I've been enjoying it.
I can build any bridge, any ballista, but to talk, well, it hurts to talk.
No.
I see. Well, do not worry. I prefer deeds to words, in myself and others. Other matters await my attention. We shall speak later.
As you wish, my lady.
No, poor guy. So yeah, the entire world is on fire, but this is fine.
A pity Willem is not with us. Were he to see what lies before our eyes, caught a whiff of the burnt bodies, perhaps he would see with whom he now consorts, whom he allowed in our home with nary a fight.
If it be your majesty's wish, I shall send a rider to the prince with her.
I wish nothing of the sort. I will not correspond with the enemy.
Oof. Seeing your son as the enemy now is pretty rough. Conscription posts. There's a bunch of stuff here. Points of interest, puzzles, battles, and the main quest, of course. It has been quite a bit, so I might... I'll give it like another half hour, maybe a bit more. Need to make food at some point. Let's see where the road leads us.
Meave's ears caught the sound of a ruckus coming from the camp.
Feet! Inglet! A pox upon you all!
It was her quartermaster, hurling oaths at the peasants she had freed from the Nilfgaardian slave convoy. A few had stolen supplies under the cover of darkness and escaped into the woods. Terror and dread gripped the other freed prisoners. Meave mulled over what to do with them, and Reynard, as always, offered some advice.
'Tis high time they went off on their own, your grace. They are too great a hindrance. They slow our march, divert our soldiers from more important tasks. And now this.
Gascon was listening to their conversation. Meave shot him a questioning look.
I opposed taking them in. So, for consistency, I now oppose forcing them to leave. We made their miserable lives our responsibility, did we not? Well then, that is a burden we cannot simply shrug off.
I mean, at least I guess it's consistent. Maybe? I don't know, it feels a bit weird to just be like, well, I opposed taking them in the first place, so now I'm opposing forcing them to go as well. You chose to have them, so deal with the consequences. I can see where he's coming from. Let the peasants stay.
Let us not mince words. We cast off these peasants now, they shall die.
Meave said in the end.
Let them stay. But I want them watched. They cause any more trouble, military justice they shall face. Understood?
The freed prisoners sighed with relief. The infantrymen assigned to watch over them, however, grumbled their disapproval of the Queen's decision.
It is an army, not a shelter,
they said. Meave's ears surely caught the complaint. But the Queen had never let the opinions of others guide her in such matters, trusting only her own judgment.
I mean, yeah. I can't say that I'm making the best choices here, but choices they are.
Not liking the looks of this,
Gascon said, furrowing his brow. Meave followed his gaze. Before them, beside the road, stood a hut with a scorched thatch roof.
Why?
Huts abandoned, yet dried fruit and mushrooms hang from the eaves. Famine raging all around and no one's been tempted. I'd send a scout if I were you.
The Queen did as Gascon suggested, and sent 3 infantrymen to reconnoiter. They entered the hut and found only silence, that was soon broken by a blood-curdling growl. The soldiers ran out at full speed, tripping over their own legs.
Army takes more than just fighters. A lot of people to keep their clothes sewn and sword sharp. Some out-of-fight labor can be handy. Yeah. Which is why I'm like, come on, these guys, sure, we're keeping them safe, but surely they're useful in some ways. And while some betrayed us, the others shouldn't be punished for what their brethren did. That's the whole point. Like, until they do something, they're, like, they should be treated as any other, with respect. Once they do something, sure, then all bets are off, right? But before then, why would you group them up? It's one of my my pet peeves when people just group people together, like, oh, you're this, then that must be true too. Like, no. Just treat people right and don't group them up with others that have done wrong.
Convinced a horde of neckers or ghouls would soon attack. But her fears proved unfounded.
Doggo.
Instead of monsters, out of the hut came a shaggy dog, a torn scrap of fabric clutched in its teeth.
Milady,
one of the soldiers began, his face red with embarrassment and his hands covering a hole in his breeches.
Was dark as a well inside, and that hound, it jumped out at us all of a sudden, biting it and snapping.
Bad boy, Gascon said with a smile, then pulled a hunk of dried sausage from his bag. Bought by this generous offering, the dog calmed down at once.
Oh, can the doggo help us?
Showed the dog was the hut's only resident. Like many others in Aedirn, its owners had disappeared without a trace. Their loyal mutt still guarded the premises, waiting for his master's return.
Let's take him with us,
Gascon said.
Otherwise, he'll die here, of his own hunger or someone else's.
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna leave the dog. Of course we're gonna take the dog.
A sentry like this could prove useful in our camp,
said the Queen.
Fine, he can join, but he shall need a name.
How about Reynard?
Proposed Gascon, a cheeky grin smeared across his face.
That way, he'll come when you call, sit on command, and always be a heel. Always heel, that is.
Watch your words,
said Reynard, hand tightly gripping the hilt of his sword.
Or you'll learn I'm not at all as tame as you believe.
Enough, both of you. That's an order. As for you...
The Queen took a good look at the dog, who still had a scrap of fabric in his teeth.
Since it seems you've a taste for the cloth of the nether regions, I dub you... Knickers. Will that do?
The dog wagged its tail vigorously.
Oh yes, the dog
Knickers.
Knickers.
With its new name. Neve's company marched off, a furry new recruit richer.
Oh, look at him. Beautiful. What a good boy. Good boy. All the pets. Combat, hello. Welcome. You've come in at the right time. You gotta say a name? Yes. We just got a doggo. No, we just got doggo. It's the best time. It's immune, can't be targeted. Has permanent resilience, so it just stays on the board. When you play a gold card, summon Knickers from your deck. This unit may raid your hand for yummy treats. Okay, I don't know what that means. I guess maybe if we have, like, certain cards in the hand, he will get bonuses or something? I'm not sure. Okay, so we need 4. What can I remove? I guess just remove the Scythemen. I don't really use them these days. The doggo is much better. Yeah, I have no idea how close I am to beating the game, to be honest. Like, you mentioning that, I have no idea how long it is. Like, we're still making our way through the Molderwood, and then there's the way to, what's it called? I forget actually what it's called. Wait, there's a puzzle here. Did I miss that? We can fast travel. If I find another fast travel point, I'll fast travel to the puzzle and back. So we can do that. Yeah, there's at least this segment and another one, and then maybe another one after that. Yeah, let me actually check how long. Thronebreaker. It says main story 27.5 hours. Pretty chunky. Pretty chunky. I've played what, like 9? 10? So still quite a bit to go. In order to evade Nilfgaardian patrols, me veered from the main road. This detour, however, presented other dangers. The Lyrians lost their way riding through a mist-draped forest. Following a narrow, overgrown path, they stumbled upon a ruined homestead. It appeared abandoned, yet appearances can be deceiving. Eliminate the ancient foglet, do not let me die. Okay. Okay, Meave is here. Okay, so how does this work? Spawn 2 foglets. No ability. Damage a unit by 2. If it was destroyed, repeat this ability. Set row on fire. Move 3 cards to the other row. Damage all units on enemy row by this unit's armor amount. I'm not sure how this works. Okay. Every turn on turn end, move 1 row towards the opponent. If on the melee row, destroy a random palisade instead. If there are no palisades, destroy Meave. Okay. And then they damage the ancient foglet by 5. Okay, that's why. So if we... I'm honestly fine with just setting this row on fire. Okay. Then you.
Stop your yapping and start digging.
Bam. Bam. And then bam. Easy. I feel like this is less playing Gwent and more just doing puzzles with Gwent as a means to do it. A little bit, yeah. There's some actual like Gwent battles and some deck building, but it is kind of just mostly a puzzle game, which I kind of like. I don't know, I like this type of stuff where you just have to think for a little bit. Oh, I have these cards, how do I use this to help the current situation? Let's do this.
Life at me floud, now here I'm marching proud.
Right. Then Do this.
Gonna need
bam.
3 buckets of nails and a
Bam.
tub full of pegs.
Bam. And bam.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
Well, I guess. Wait, oh, we can't. Okay. So passing, even though they would probably die next turn, it doesn't work. Huh. So we actually do need to kill it before.
This could hurt.
Okay. Then move these 3 back. That. Then they all move forward.
Stop your yapping and
Bam.
start digging.
Bam. 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 Beautiful.
Gonna need 3 buckets of nails and a tub full of pegs.
I mean, this is just GG.
Pointy end upwards, right?
There you go. Easy. Just change the strategy a little bit and no problem. This forest belongs to the Ancient. Leave this place at once, cursed one, or you shall remain here for all eternity, Aldane. Ugh. Damn Scoia'tael. Okay. Now, there's more down here as well. Have we... We never went this way, did we? So there's... Okay. There's a bunch of stuff that I could be doing there. Let's see what this road has to offer.
Neve and her companions neared the Moulderwood, a dense, ancient forest of trees whose tangled branches had witnessed the conjunction of the spheres. It was not until King Vidamont's day that a road was finally carved through the primeval thicket, significantly shortening the journey from Rossburg to Aldersburg.
Even when peace reigns, danger rules this road.
Rayla said.
Now no one dares travel it.
At the edge of the wood by the road stood an enormous willow. Its branches swept down to cover its trunk, looking for all the world like long tresses shrouding a woman's face. Neve had an ill premonition. She did not like the sickly sweet aroma wafting from this tree, nor the metallic buzzing of insect wings. She sent a scout to investigate. He drew aside the drooping branches and stumbled back. There were men bound to the tree, covered in sap oozing from gashes in its trunk. Its heavy scent had attracted swarms of insects, flies, wasps, bees and beetles. They seethed over the bound men, crawling in and out of their ears and nostrils.
Eldane welcomes us to his wood.
Rayla whispered.
That's gross. I don't like the description sometimes, man.
Neve stepped towards the tree and saw the men stuck to it were all still alive. Those the elves had caught recently writhed and howled for rescue. Those hanging longer merely followed the queen with half-crazed, bloodshot eyes.
Ah, God. I Keep your distance or free them. I mean, try to free them, I think. What, do we leave them to suffer? I don't know.
Well, are you to stand there all day?
Neve screamed to her dumbstruck Lyrians.
Free them, at once!
Her soldiers needed no more prompting and set about sawing at the ropes with their blades. As soon as they had freed the first captive, before even a word of thanks could be uttered, a flaming streak soared through the air and stuck in the tree. The oozing resin burst into flames, engulfing the prisoners as well as the soldiers who had come to their aid. Elder speech battle cries rang out from the woods as elven warriors launched their attack.
Nilfgaard!
It's a trap! Cried Reynard.
Defend
It's
the
a trap.
queen!
It's a trap. Okay. I mean, kind of expected, but at the same time, I didn't want to just leave. The Lyrians fought in a veritable inferno, choking and drowning in a sea of crimson smoke, surrounded by the horrific screams of men whose skin had begun to melt and warp. The ambushing elves appeared as specters, black paint streaked across their faces, eyes smoldering with their virulent hatred for mankind. Classic tactic. It's the equivalent to strapping bombs to a wounded soldier needing rescue. Yeah. I mean, the tactic works because of just people's want to help, and it's such a cruel tactic. Knickers doesn't need to be here because he will be summoned when we play gold card. The fire is good. We don't need this. More fire? Sure, why not? This seems good. Okay.
Keep your heads in the fight.
He's a good boy.
They'll
Well,
seek to
he will
blind
be
us
a good
with
boy.
shock and awe.
I mean, he's also safe from the fire this way, at least for now, until I summon him. But hi, Globula. I hope you've been having a good time. Okay, well, just... I don't want these rows to be on fire.
Sod it.
So let's
Sod it
not
all.
have them be on fire. Very simple. You are nice. I'm glad. Order damage a unit by 2. If it was already boosted, damage it by 6 instead. Okay. So they had set my rows on fire. What if I set their rows on fire? You know? Pull the old Uno reverse on them.
Fail. Kill them! Kill them all!
Do I actually? Let's start burning down everything. Okay.
None shall tread on us.
Great. Elf and onion soup. Ooh, the pitfall trap. Pitfall trap plus as well. Ooh, that's fancy. Yeah, let's get the pitfall trap plus. Ah, look at the good boy. There he is. Let's put that there. Good boy. Okay. Oh, it's got an ambush going here. Let's get these slingers in here.
Slings, they hide well.
Do that. Okay. Ambush. Next time your opponent plays a unit with higher power, damage it until its power is equal to the war dancers. Okay. I mean, that was only 3 damage, so not really that problematic. I kind of want to use the broadsword, but at the same time, I could just wait a turn.
Death awaits us all.
Okay. Let's see. Bear. Bear is also a good boy. Look at him. Good boy. Just suddenly bear. Oh, a fortitude tonic. Fancy. Let's do that. Might as well damage you because you're being annoying. They are not having a great time, these elves.
The storm is coming. Let's enjoy the weather while we still can.
After 2 turns on turn start, damage adjacent units by 6. If any were destroyed, move to other side of the battlefield. But the doggo! I don't want you to hurt doggo. That's just rude. Actually, do I... Let's put you there.
We'll catch 'em all!
And do that. Okay.
Everything all right?
Oh, that's fine. Doggo is okay. Doggo is good. That's not great. So they will kill at least one of these. I can't really stop that. So that's actually... Yeah, let's just place them there. It's fine.
Wait, you're serious?
Death to Old One!
Okay, no ability. They don't really have anything left. They're just done. Is this a standard battle or a quick battle? What was it? I think it's just a standard battle, isn't it?
Don't let them regroup! Finish off the wounded!
Oh, no. It is just that turn. Nice.
The battle done, Neve surveyed the carnage.
That was a lot better than I thought it would go. Mostly because I extinguished the flames immediately and then set their battlefield on fire.
Tell. I'd heard of their cruelty, but...
the Queen said, sheathing her sword.
But never
good.
have I countenanced a thing like this.
Black Rayla, who had just extracted her blade from between an elven gorilla's ribs, smiled darkly.
Worst is yet to come, my lady.
The Queen regrouped her forces and marched into the Moulderwood. The Lyrians sang none of their usual marching songs. Instead, they walked in silence, eyes darting constantly to their flanks.
Yeah. That's what the elves do. They make you, like, suspicious of
Hear
everything.
That? Nightingales. Unmindful of war, they sing on.
Those are no birds, my lady. Just Scoia'tael scouts use animal cries to communicate. Tell the men to hold to the road, my lady. Anyone wanders in the trees, they don't come out.
Okay, we've got a fast travel point, so I'm going fast traveling back to where this puzzle is and do it. Because apparently I missed this for some reason. The people of Edirn led prosperous lives, a fact which was reflected in the quality of their homes. Ceramic stoves, hard oak floors, exotic Zerrikanian tapestries, yet now all lies in ruin and monsters have supplanted the former tenants. Okay, let's see what we're up against. It's a puzzle. Eliminate all foes. Oh, we have the sappers and we have Scorch. Interesting. Okay. That is not a lot. Consume the root unit on the right and boost self by an additional 3 power. And then they summon more from the deck. The top unit from the graveyard, which is these footmen. So that's 3. How am I supposed to do that? I don't actually know how I'm supposed to do this.
Gonna need 3 buckets of nails and a tub full of pegs.
Like,
don't you worry yourself, your grace. We'll get it done in no time.
yeah, they're actually not summoning Neckers from the deck. I guess they don't have Neckers in the deck. So maybe I should have done something else here.
Pissing in the moat? Oh, you're dead.
I mean, I'm basically dead already, but I'm just trying to figure out how
It's gonna be a right good levy.
I'm supposed
Big and
to do
beautiful.
this. Because I only do 2 damage with each of them unless there's something already on 2 or lower HP.
Pissing in the moat? Oh, you're dead.
Okay, additional 3 power, so they will gain 6, which puts them at 17. They will gain 3, which puts them at 10. I don't know. And then you gain additional 6 again. Which will put you at what? 23? I don't know. I honestly have no clue.
It's gonna be a right good levy. Big and beautiful.
I guess I can at least that, which will put him at what, 15? 14? 15? Oh. I don't know. And then you get to 13. Wait, is that right?
Stop your yapping and start digging.
I think that's just right, okay. GG.
Gonna need 3 buckets of nails and a tub full of pegs.
Oh no, wait. Oh yeah, no, he can't consume anything. Never mind. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Oh, okay. I was like, how am I supposed to do this? But it's actually simpler than I thought. Just kill the neckers so that he can't consume anything, and there you go. Inhabitants of Lapisfeld. As you know, Edirn has been betrayed. Our forces taken by surprise now face severe shortages. I urge all who are able to support the war effort with a donation. Vokmir, son of Zenek, has been authorized to supervise the collection. Donations must be brought to his mill before the end of this week. From there, they shall be delivered to the soldiers in need at Rosburg Fortress. Mayor Godzimir. Delivered with an extra E. Well, no, wait, with an extra I. Sorry, not E. No, wait. My brain. I did say it correctly. God, brain couldn't comprehend what was wrong with the word. I knew it was wrong, but I was like, one of those is wrong. Fine. It's fine. Sometimes the brain doesn't quite function. Okay, so we got some loot there. And then there was this place that has a notice board. Which I don't understand how I even missed that. I'm pretty sure did I not interact with this? Yeah, I didn't. And then there's the battle over there that I did notice when I was on the other end. I never actually went through here. I was close to it, but I never went through this path. All of Edirn burned, cities, villages forced. When the flames eventually died out, the kingdom choked on a black, dense smog that blotted out the sun. It became dark, so dark that beasts, which once only prowled at night too, hunted during the day. Okay. Let's see. Doggo. Be safe. Then set row on fire is always a good one to have. Don't need you, don't need you. That's a good one. The rest is good, I think. Let's see. Every 3 turns on turn start, haunt the highest non-haunted enemy and move it to the other row. Every turn on turn start, damage all haunted units by 1. Okay. Ooh. Let's get them on there. Knickers. Good boy. Now don't haunt Knickers, please. Okay, Knickers isn't haunted. The drummer is, though.
Greetings. What is it?
Okay. For 3 turns on turn start, haunt and damage an enemy by 1 on the first turn, then increase damage by 1 for each following turn. Okay, so we want that gone. How do we do that? Set the row on fire. Of course.
Don't say that.
My standard maneuver. Haunt target unit for 9 turns. Whenever the haunted unit takes damage, damage it by an additional 2. Oof. Okay.
We'll catch them all!
that. And then do I move them around a bit? Do I don't know. Yeah, let's move them around.
Have it the white of an eye from half a league away.
There you go. That's rough. Become bear, which removes the haunted and is quite nice. And it looks like Knickers, even though they were targeted, doesn't actually take damage, which is nice. That's very good. Because they wouldn't dare hurt a doggo, even if they are a race. Okay. So you.
I saw them. No other way.
And let's see what we have here. Ooh. Let's get Bernard in there.
Discipline shall bring us victory.
Which will allow us to do a bunch more. Ooh. Ooh, that's spicy.
No, they don't hurt.
That's really spicy. Okay. I like that. Let's get you.
Sod it. Sod it all.
Oh yeah.
The chase is on! Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
Can I? Okay. I have to pick another target. There you go. Move the banner. That's fine. That wasn't even... I didn't even play a card. Jeez, okay. And I can still do this as well. What do we have in the graveyard? Just those, okay. So...
This could
more
hurt.
fire. More fire is better? I feel like we're excessively beating them into the ground. I don't know if this... I won. They've passed. So sure, we'll pass. Now sadly the fire is gone now, but our doggo is still here. And that's the most important part. Okay. Let's get you out there.
Don't like this.
Oh shit. Oh no. I thought they would... Oh no. Not the doggo. I know. Why did I... I didn't mean to sacrifice the dog. The dog is fine, I swear. It's just sleeping. It's having a nap. I promise.
You'll never take me alive!
Now it's a waste of time for one like me.
Yeah, that was a big whoopsie. Yeah. Jeez. I wasn't thinking about the dog as something that would be considered when playing that card, but I should have. I should have realized.
Nothing personal, I assure you.
There you go. What did I get? In good company. Play 5 or more characters in one battle. Ooh, nice.
Thing about slings, they are well.
Okay. What else do you have? Oh. Okay. Fancy.
If anyone asks, you've not seen me.
Hey?
Then you. Let's get the medic in here.
What do you want of me?
Cursed
Go.
traitors.
Might as well do this. So next turn these should die. When I play the slinger. Or I guessed. Whenever a haunt timer expires, spawn a base copy of self. Ooh. Okay.
Ever have a storm knock out one of your team?
Another one. How long do the haunts last? Don't know. I mean, they're marked, not haunted, it looks like. It doesn't say for any of them that they're haunted.
You must sweat like a swine in that jacket.
There's been a mistake. I'm no mage.
Do you think they can get 90 power with 3 cards? I guess we'll find out. Oh, I got another card. That would have been nice to have earlier. Okay, they're trying. Alright, doing some damage. Ooh. Fancy cards, but not enough. Not enough at all. The cottage is abandoned, save for the man hanging under the roof. I believe he should be cut down and buried, but our soldiers are hesitant to carry out the task. They claim touching the corpse of a man who's taken his own life can bring bad luck. I can get some money, but ruin the morale. But it would be, I mean, you can't just leave him hanging there, right? The council has decided to yield Gatberg without conflict, as we could not repel the enemy. This proved to be the reasonable and safe decision. I, however, voted against the resolution. I was the only one to do so. I do not agree with it. I do not agree with cowardice and collaboration. I do not agree with treason and never will. Yeah. I mean, they did just surrender the town to the enemy. They were like, we can't defend ourselves, so let's just not. It's not a great solution. If it can be even called a solution. Right, so we at least cleared that area of the map now, which is nice. But there's more to the forest. There's a bunch of stuff here. And then the main quest over there. I do have to go and eat some dinner, I think. So let's save and exit. And then I can go raid someone, I think. Let's see who is currently streaming. Vesper, some combats, Tabby, Sky. Oh, many people. Many people streaming. Let's see. I think we'll go over to Sam. He's gonna play Hitman 2, it looks like. Interesting. The Hitman games are always a fun time. I don't know how the older ones are. I don't think I've played much of them. But Sam is a great guy, so go send some love over there. Some Yatis streams, there you go. Yeah, as always, thank you all for being here. I hope you had a good time. This game, I really like it. It's just chill. We just play some cards, have a good time, and in the meantime, see a lot of war crimes being committed, which is not great, but you know, this is how the game is. It's how the Witcher world is. I should have expected as such. But yeah, I hope you had a wonderful time. Go say hi to Sam. Send some love over there. Maybe give a follow if you're so inclined. He's a great guy, good streamer. At least I think so. So yeah, go say hi. And maybe I'll see you tomorrow with the wheel. Which could be anything, really. I don't know what kind of games I will put on there. We'll figure it out tomorrow. But yeah, have a good one. And until next time. Bye bye. Bye bye.